The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, who's out there? Done some changes over the last couple of days. Let's see how it hangs together. Shogun, you're up late for a change. I think the audio and everything's running all right. Hoping Gabber will show up. All these people hooked on gaming. I better type up the side comment. Sometimes I forget to do it, don't I? It's a hot day here today. It's already 27°C in the bedroom. It's at least 29 outside. So we're going over balloon updates that all the fraud channels out there are calling UAP shootdowns. Is that coming up? Yep. Cool. You can always tell a fraud that's still using the word UAP in their titles for this stupid balloon gate from Biden. Just get that one up. So I think I got avatars fixed so they can work together now. So we'll just do a test run, and if Gabber comes on, I'll bring up Tyliar and he can interview him and we can have a bit of fun with it. But yeah, he hasn't shown up, which is kind of strange. I bet he hasn't slept all night. He's probably been playing gaming all night. What we got here? You missed a few shows, tut. But I had a sleep today, so I can check in with you guys this evening. Alright, so far it's only me and you. See how long I last. Yeah. If I go to bed before like 3 AM, I can't sleep. It's pointless me going early, really. Unless I'm really super tired. It's just that I've worked mostly night shifts and graveyard shifts all my life. Even on computer help desks. We have rotating shifts, which was a killer. Balloons, yes, saw chapters earlier. I thought you said yes, you just saw one today. The Chinese are spying on Shogun. They're seeing what he's having for breakfast. or midnight snack. You should have a New Zealand tomato sandwich with low sodium salt. We've got one here called Mrs. Rogers. I don't know if you can get it. Goes really good with tomatoes. It's got a combination of 4 different salts in it. Potassium chloride, is it? Sodium chloride, which is your regular salt, and some other ones. And it somehow enhances the acids in the tomato. And of course you need some pepper on it to ground black pepper or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to show. I just sent him DMs. But we'll do a test run here. So I should be able to launch my bigger alien heads. And now we've got a pop-up list of all the drivers. Always number 0 is always your default microphone, which is set to the laptop. But all these can get scrambled, and already can see, since I've updated the voice modern software, that it's pushed it down 1. So yeah, I don't know why Windows did that sort of messy thing instead of hard locking them in, wherever you can actually hard lock them in. But the Windows system uses downward compatible libraries they use for the earlier Windows, so they keep improving the audio system, but it's a separate subsystem. Of course, this is using the older libraries. It has a few bugs in it. So 7, I'm choosing 7 now because of my new setup. Instead of going directly to the headphone mic, I now go through the mixer. So let's see if it comes up. And because this is displaying the alien, we got 3 aliens now talking. So you can see here, this is what's going out to YouTube, because Gabber's not on, so it's showing my screen going out to YouTube. But yeah, look like it's running all right there, sweet with the CPU. The temperature's a wee bit higher today because of the temperature today. But yeah, you can see everything's working all right there. How do you know Gabber's out shopping? Says he's playing games online. Oh yeah, he likes to make noise. He likes to talk, that's why he's called Gabber, I guess. We have come to take over the world. So I've got a voice mod running in the background, which I can unmute the other voice, which is Tylar's at the moment, one I made for Tyler. Tyler. Exterminate. So it's a combination of Mr. Ken. Let's see if that plays actually. I'll just do a few checks. Have you checked on the kids? Have you checked on the kids? It's not too bad. We've got other voices. But yes, this is one securest. We got robot one. Hello.
Hello.
Sounds like Grandma Dottie. Dottie.
Dottie.
Ha ha ha. Can have a lot of fun with this. We need one for GUFON. Actually, I was thinking about doing GUFON avatar. So is it got both voices at the moment? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, it has.
Normally I
Normally I
mute
mute
my
my
other
other one. So I'll just do that. So it should now be just a strange voice. Voice. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? That one's not activating. What's going on here? Alright, I've got it on the main. So if I mute my voice, it stops avatar spoofing because they're on the wrong one. So let's change that. Just relaunch it again. And I think it should be 12 for the other voice. Hello. Hello. Is it out of time? 1, 2, 3. Might be a wee bit too low. Let's get the other one up. With the better emanation. Hello. Hello. Not sure if this has sync or not. Let's try some other voices here.
What's up, guys? Sounds like Tyler on Helium. Helium. Let's just make that one. That's what you say when you take helium. Take helium.
Hello. What's up, guys? Are you here?
I'll just go through. 1, 2, 3. Sounds more like me than
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that one.
hello. Hello. I think it's trying to make me sound like a female. Hello. He's on here. It'll start me laughing. How come that one doesn't work? Went wrong.
Hello. Your master. Master. What's up, guys? Tyliar here. Yeah, it sounds a wee bit clearer, but...
More like me still, I think. Does it sound like me? Yes, it does. Sounds like Mrs. Brown.
Where's Gabber? Oh, that one's not too bad. What's that one? A chipmunk. UFOLOGY. Truthfology. Oh, UFOLOgy. What else we got? We got quite a few selections here.
Hello. I'm in the chamber.
That's unscripted. Hello. That's a regular.
Listen. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What's that one? Mutant. I'm a mutant.
What's that one? Sounds like someone. An airplane. Hello. I just spotted a balloon out to my side. Tower 1. Are you receiving? That one's quite good. That one should be cool. Pilot. Radio chatter. That's the voice. That sounds like it too. Hey Biden, do I shoot it down? I need a
too much fun with this. This one's a kid. I'm GUFON. I'm a man child. I keep telling you I'm a man child. Child. Who loves PDs. I like calling people PD.
And what's this one? Owl monster. Welcome to the dungeon. You are my slave. I'm gonna enslave the planet. Yes, I just need to make up some new avatars, don't I? What's that one? That one sounds like me. That's meant to be for females to sound like a man.
This one's meant to be a woman. Do I sound like a woman? Woman? Not really. What it needs is an accent. Accent one. That would be quite good.
What's this one? Female voices, it reckons. Grandma Dottie. It sort of sounds female. Grandma Dottie. Dottie. I got a PhD in music, and I know all about UFOs. And Dr. Greer's the best. He's a stupid moo. I'm a #1 fan for GUFON. I'm Lisa Bowden. This one. Hello, I'm Diane. Diane, I suck up ass of GUFON. Cause GUFON I'm in love with. Next one. Lisa. That one should be Lisa Bowden. He's got a few Lisas. Next one. Yeah, I'll get up in the side chat in a minute. I've just seen a GUFON gets on. I mean, not Gabber gets on. It'd be fun having GUFON on. I'd tear him to bits. Hello. What's that one meant to be? Doesn't do anything.
Hello. Is that meant to be a lion?
Rabbit. Do I sound like a rabbit? Sort of. That one's for Easter. Fox. I'm a fox. Baby fox, is it? What's this one? Kitten. Meow! Sounds like a cat. Maybe just talk cat. Meow! I love Tyliar! Tyliar's the greatest! Squirrel. World. What's that one? I can't quite read it. I should show you the screen anyway. Therefore that would be in the way. You can choose all these voices. And you can actually customize them. So,
Just click on them to change them. 1, 2, 3. 1. I think it's not loud enough, that one. Gotta talk louder. 1. That's better. 1. Testing. Yeah, it's a lot of CPU going on here. Yeah, so I went through all those ones. But you can actually customize them, you see. And it does it real time. Tweaks. Testing. So you could play around with the frequency. Testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. UFON. UFON. UFON.
I see. UFON. UFON is truthology for frauds, not ufology. I update channel. So, you can make up your own voice settings. Change it a wee bit anyway. Testing. 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 Oh, puppy! Sounds like a cat now. What is it meant to be? What's that say? Woof now. So you can change this thing here. And you can see the frequencies. Pretty good. And you can save it. Or right over the original. You can do sound effects. Let's have a fight. Yep. Ooh, that's a nasty sound. That sounds like you're using a horrific. Oh. Take that, Gufon. Smash. Let's meet out the back. Come on, be a man. Let's meet out the back. Let's do it for charity. Charity. So, you can probably do a good, comedy by using all these. But you can actually get more to download if you pay. I already got a pro license. And they don't give us everything. Backgrounds. I can do some helicopters. That would be quite good. At least I don't think you can. Some you have to download. Let's see, city background. Nature. Voice. Workplace. There must be a helicopter here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. What's it set button there? Preview. Play background. I don't think it works. Oh, right, it does. Is that a demo? So it's like out on the road. I've been drinking helium. Plugins. So yeah, the weapon. Yeah, I don't really use it. Yeah, that's where you set up. So, got it coming off the microphone. And I've sent it to Wi-Fi. And then I'm redirecting that. To another location too. So the avatar can pick it up. But yeah, you can customize a wee bit here to cut out background fan noises. Yeah, so let's go back. Alright, you got some other ones. No. Let's see. No.
Eston. Lisa. Doesn't sound like a Lisa. I used to use that one, I think.
The Tyliar. It's a gas. Does sound a bit like him. Have you seen my latest moon bases on the moon? I've been outside with my P1000. So I normally use that one. And
this one here, Slowball. Well, missed again. So, drag it out the way again. So you can see what I've been up to. So,
Turn my other one back on. Yep, that worked. Yeah, I haven't got the folder open, have I? Better bring that over then. Alright, here we go.
And I am dumbfounded as to what it could
Oh,
be.
that's a low volume. What channel is that coming?
And I am dumbfounded as to what it could be.
I need a longer one. Good to be back. Sounds like it's playing in the background. Where's it coming out on? That's probably since I've updated VLC. I have to do it maximum volume then. Well, that's another problem. It's probably because I rearranged it. It's meant to be coming out on another channel. That's better.
Yes, my name is Ken.
My name is Ken. My name is Ken.
Yes, my name is Ken.
He'll never live that down. But still, his gullible fans are clueless. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm gonna stop and boost it. That's the maximum result. You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. We go back to normal voice. So I normally play that when you get trolls. You ain't seen nothing yet. Clearly, if people troll me, the gullible, naive people generally. Glitch.
I don't know. It doesn't look like a glitch.
So yeah, I was going to do an interview with Gabber, and we'll do it like a stand-up comedy and just make it up as we go, and it should be hilarious. But yeah, looks like he's let me down again. Yeah, so where's my tabs gone here? As far as I know, it's all working all right. If any glitches, let me know. I'll just check up in the side comments now. You're probably all laughing your heads off. It's always good to do a wee bit of funny things like that. Because if we can't beat them, we certainly can mock them, can't we? We're not exactly doing character assassinations, we're doing character mimics, right? And it's all truthful because it's hilarious that GUFON would even think himself as truth and ufology, right? Here we go. Here we got with us. We started with Shogun. But yeah, I suppose we can kick off the show on a normal topic until Gabber comes along. Let's see, Gabber out shopping, buying crisps. You saw you had a few issues with tech and sound. You seem to be running okay now. Yep, gradually knocking it into shape. Just as well, I'm not stupid, huh? And actually can rip open things and repair the hardware and recode the software, and it'll just get better and better. Hey, it's Gabber.
Oh, I bring teddy bears again.
You just missed all the test run, but we'll bring it up again. Shogun's laughing his head off. I'm not sure at what. Was it the Tyliar voices? Yes. Did we have yes? It's not easy being Paul. No. Not many people can mimic my voice, I guess. We have assumed control. Yeah, aliens. So where you been? Gaming? Or you been sleeping? It's hard to know, because Discord doesn't always tell the truth, does it?
Sleeping, gaming, sleeping. I game while I sleep.
Yeah, I think so. You're really addicted. Have you seen a shrink?
Why?
Can tell it's you. Words give away, but very clever. Which words gave it away? It was that the female voice ones are not really good. I don't think it does really good female voices. Yeah, we're just running through all the different voices that are pre-programmed, which you can then sort of adjust a wee bit. What's up? A warrior, a new guide to the channel. How will we ever know what's real again? You won't know the real Tyler from the pool Tyler, huh? Sounds like fear. Fear Factory.
You keep talking about Tyler all the time. I think you're addicted. Have you seen The Shrink?
I'm addicted to truth, so Tyler's not part of the truth one, so that's where he gets hassled.
You need to see a Shrink. You've been talking about Tyler too much.
No. I don't talk too much about Tyler. Come on.
Hello, Blue Chicken.
There we go. We got through all the comments there. So yeah, I was just doing a test run of all the voices, which you just missed out on, but
I hate some of them. I was logging in, but there was a thunderstorm last night. My computer reset. I had to log into everything again.
Yeah, I need to bring up my avatars again. So we'll do a little interview. You can be the interviewer, and I'll be Tyliar Cockier, because he's cocky since he's come back, you know. He's always been cocky,
I've got to use my brain. Now you got to make me use my brain.
We're getting into it. That'll be a bit of fun. 12. That seemed to work all right, but yeah. All right, I just typed the wrong one in. Should be in second input. Let me just get that down. The famous Tyliar, and it always goes on the wrong screen now for some reason. What's up, guys? And you can see it's not talking, so I'll unmute it. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Yeah, there we go. Now I just need to mute mine.
You're not getting any strange echoes? Is it just Tyler's voice now?
All I hear is an echo of BS.
Echo of BS? What's that mean?
Echoes of BS because Tyler's talking.
Oh, right. So, What's up, guys? I've come along to be interviewed by the famous Gabber on their channel. Sorry about the voice. I had the flu lately.
Tyler, when you faked the interview with the Area 51 worker, Ken the astronomer, why didn't you call him Bob the Builder? Why did you call him Ken the astronomer when you used your own voice and faked an Area 51 interview?
I didn't fake anything. Have you got proof of this?
Yeah, Paul from the Out There channel, he reverse engineered your audio.
Yes. No, I've admitted to that one. I was on Alien Addict show, and I said I faked a couple as a prank, and Mr. Ken was one of them.
Were you an Alien Addict show? Were you an Alien Addict show because you're an opiate addict? Because you OD'd on opiates and alcohol and crashed your Jeep and killed the letterbox?
Oh, that was the Men in Black. They slipped some pills in my dinner drink.
The police found 6 bottles of pills in the bottom of your Jeep when you wiped out your Jeep and killed the letterbox. You could have killed somebody.
Yeah, but that's what the Men in Black did. They drugged me, parked the car there, stuck a lot of booze in there.
I don't think you've ever seen a Men in Black.
Yeah, don't you remember? I was looking out the window, and there was one sitting in the carpet, watching me and my wife.
Was that after you bashed your wife and your son called the police because you were about to kill your wife by bashing her and you got arrested for
No one knows about that. That's not public, no. Only LG know. Only LG knows that.
It's all public knowledge. We got the phone conversation. Your son called up the emergency services saying my mum's getting bashed by my dad. It's all public.
Oh well, she's forgiven me. Just like my 2 million fans.
How much money did you have to pay your wife? How much money did you have to pay a wife for her to drop the domestic violence charges so you didn't have to go to jail? Because you'd be the jail bitch. You'd be the jail bitch. You would be dropping the soap. You'd be dropping the soap every day and handing over all your commissaries.
Well, I did make mistake. And I come clean. I confessed. And I was in hospital.
I haven't heard an apology yet. You're in hospital because your liver failed because you OD'd on opiates. Why don't you show the medical records to show what happened? You went into a coma because your liver failed because you OD on opiates and alcohol. Alcohol and opiate combined together destroys your liver. Everybody knows this.
Do they? They only know what I told them.
That's why you won't show your hospital records, because then everyone will know you're an opiate addict. You spend all your super chats on opiates.
Well, you might have me there. At least I don't film orbs in the sky. I don't film anything. I just steal other people.
You steal everybody else's balloons in the sky and go, wow, check out this new UFO. It's amazing. It's a UFO invasion.
Well, I have people like 18 Willis send me his stuff.
You didn't even say it was from 18 Wheels, and you didn't even link his channel. You used his work and didn't even credit the original person who shared the work with you.
I never do that to anybody. No one gets any credit. Unless they're on the payroll. I pay them good. You know, Mr. MBB, Street Cat 1, Rest in Booze. Who else do I team up with?
How many balloon, Tyler, how many balloon videos have you stolen this week, and you're going to claim that they're UFOs? Have you got like a playlist? You got a playlist
Yeah, but all the
balloon
frauds,
UFOs?
I told them as UAPs, same as Biden. Biden said they're UAPs.
You don't even call them UAPs. You refuse to call them UAPs. You said I only call them UFOs. I refuse to call them UAPs.
They're spy balloons from China.
It's not a spy balloon. It's a weather balloon. The U.S. intelligence services monitored that balloon the day it left China. They were monitoring it the day it left China. It was a weather balloon.
Oh, come on.
Stop
you don't
talking
think China want them know our weather?
China doesn't need to spy on your weather. They've got satellites that do everything for them. They don't need no spy balloon.
Well, how are they going to know? They come down by mistake. It's cheaper than satellite. So, where do we go from here? What else do we need to talk about?
When are you going to apologize? When are you going to apologize for making fake interview videos?
Well,
NSA worker, whistleblower. When are you going to officially apologize and say sorry? You haven't apologized yet.
No, and that will never happen. I'll just make excuses.
Why can't you just apologize? Why can't you just apologize to your fans?
Well,
say sorry. I made a mistake. And I'll never do it again. I'll just copy everyone else's fake UFO balloon videos and call them UFOs instead.
My fans. I'm money in the bank.
Anything. You're uploading fake. You're uploading fake balloon UFO videos. You haven't changed anything. You're just not creating fake Area 51 interviews now because you got caught out. You know you got caught out, and you can't do it again because you'll get caught out. That's the only reason you're not doing any more fake Area 51 videos, because you know you'll get caught out. The only reason.
Well, I got plenty of Apollo images. Did you see my moon bases?
You haven't apologized. You haven't apologized, and you just keep uploading fake balloon videos. That's all you do.
Well, everybody loves me. Why do I need to apologize? I make $1,000 a video. And I got $5,000 US coming in every month.
You can buy a lot of opiates with that.
I got a mortgage.
You got to sustain your opiate mortgage, your opiate addiction somehow, don't you?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be taking opiates. Your liver's already failed. You ended up in a coma in hospital from opiate and alcohol abuse. You really shouldn't be taking opiates. Your liver cannot handle the substance abuse. Your liver's going to end up failing again.
It was a pancreas. No liver.
Well, why don't you show the medical report? Show the medical report. No one even knows you didn't. No one even believes you're in hospital because you won't show the medical report. Because the medical report will say you OD'd on opiates and killed your pancreas. That's why.
Oh, maybe.
What's wrong, cat? What's wrong, cat? Got your tongue? Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty got your tongue? Meow meow meow. Hello Kitty's got your tongue. Meow meow. Hello Kitty's got your tongue. Meow meow meow.
Well, this is about as good as you get from me.
Why don't you go and marry Marina Serene so you can make fake UFO interviews together? You don't even have to fake your own voice. You can just interview Marina Serene and she can talk SSP, Nazi, Dark Fleet BS all day long, and you can just interview her.
Wow. I did have a t-shirt that was using the Nazi eagle. It didn't sell too well. So, anything to do with
the Nazis did lose. The Nazis did lose World War I and World War II. What are you celebrating the losers?
Ah, but we got all those paperclip scientists. Without them, Von Braun, we wouldn't be on the moon. I think we went to the moon. And we saw aliens there.
If you're supporting Dark Fleet and Nazis and the reptilians, the Nazis were the first to the moon in the 1940s and Mars. So the US was never first to the moon.
You've been watching too much Iron Sky.
Iron Sky's true documentary. Iron Sky's true documentary. The Nazis and the Dark Fleet, they were the first to the moon in the 1940s. The reptilians gave them spaceships, UFOs, saucers, discs to fly to the moon. That's why they got their...
You've been watching Bruce Sees All.
I love Bruce Sees All. Bruce Sees All, my favorite. He thinks there's a UFO invasion right now. The US is shooting down balloons, and you're not effing helping either by uploading videos of balloon UFOs. Now Bruce thinks there's a UFO invasion because you keep uploading UFO balloons. They're balloons, Remalaka, balloons.
No, the TR-3B.
Now Bruce Sees All is telling everyone there's a UFO invasion because Tyler's been uploading videos of balloons when they're balloons. They're not UFOs. Tyler, you're just like third phase of the moon. Al Warrior says Tyler is just like third phase of the moon. I agree with you. You're just like third phase of the moon.
I do say make up your own minds. I just present what's given to me.
You don't present what's given to you. Steal what you think you can lie to people and deceive them with. You don't present anything. You make a fantasy story about BS, that fake BS that you steal off other people. You even changed the name. The 2010 Jiaoshang UFO at Hangzhou, where the airport got shot down in 2010 in China. For 2 or 3 hours, that was a fake video. You stole that and you labeled it, this is a UFO in France. When it's the most famous UFO incident in China ever, you offended everyone in China by saying this video is from France.
Yeah, but I didn't do any research.
Well,
and I didn't notice it was in China because they labeled it wrong.
So I video recorded all of of Paul's debunks of you, and I made a 5-hour video compilation, Tyler compilation of all your best work, and like thousands and thousands of Chinese people now know that you're fake.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
Most of my fans have an attention span of a minute. 8 seconds. They're lucky to get through mine in 10 minutes. Anyway, I'm going to say goodbye and move on with the show. I will come back another day.
Don't come back. Go and step on a sharp piece of Lego, you POS.
Oh, well, that was a wee bit of fun. It's hard to think of what to say, really. I think, stand-up comics are really good at what they do, But, yeah, normally you'd probably sit down and script something like that and do it a bit better. So, yeah. That's crazy. Don't watch his shoes anymore. Or his shows.
Opiates or gabapentin. I think it was a mixture of the both. He spoons up the opiates and the gabapentin, then injects it.
Well, basically what we said was actually how he presents himself on Fade to Black, right? And Alien Addict, right? He made up excuses but never apologised or admitted to the hundreds of fakes he did do. and he's still got quite a few up still. He's got a lot of CGI up on his channel, and he's also got that famous cube UFO, right? Tyler is like third phase. Well, his fans don't think so, because they know third phase did create CGI, so it's fairly obvious. Everybody could see it, right? They could see them acting and staging things, right? Because they're such bad actors, right? But you got to remember, Tyler wanted to be a film director as well, producer, even an audio engineer, and hence the voice modding that he did. As you can see, it's very easy to do that sort of stuff. I just showed you in real time. And you only spend like $50 on a license for the software. You can use it free, of course, but you get limited options. And he also wanted to be an actor and a script writer. You could, I've been through all that on his resume, one of his early resumes. So YouTube was his area where you could actually create scripts, which was Mr. Ken, and Dr. Norton's one of his better ones, and then you got the one before that, which is a really long script, goes on quite a long time, like 40 minutes or more, of the Area 51 dude, which was basically taking the piss out of Bob Lazar, but it was really good. So he's actually quite a clever guy, really. But he's used his talents to grift off people, unfortunately. He could have done some funny skits of, like Lou Elizondo, I'm pretty sure. And, did those sort of things, as well as real UFO stuff. So that's basically what I did doing with the avatars, right? I should create different characters, like I should create a Dr. Lear one, and a Dolan one, Elizondo one, because I'll be, I'm already hated, so why not get more hated? And actually use them to speak the truth about them in a comical way. Then you don't get, you can't be copyrighted or sued or whatever, because it comes under parody comedy, right? Was opiates or Gabber Pentane? Is that even a correct word?
Google it.
Gabber. Yeah, because Shogun's...
Gabapentine. Side effects, doses, uses, and more. Gabapentine oral capsule is used to treat partial seizures in adults and children.
All right. So it is a real thing. I thought he was being funny because Shogun's been saying funny things about you. He's talking about he's out shopping, getting some crisps to crunch him on the microphone. Was it a crisp that he was eating last time? I thought it was a sweet that you were sucking on. He's probably got a whole collection of food in front of him.
Me?
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah, I was going to do Blake Cousins' one too. What do you reckon about it?
If you were smart, you would use AI, and AI can change their voice. Perfect.
No, you can't do deepfakes. I looked into that. There's a lot of licensing, and basically all you could do is spend lots of money on a deepfake for your company, but you had to use your own voice or approved voice, like a secretary or something that works for you. Yeah, I did look into it. There was some early leaks of deepfake software out there, but it got sort of banned, didn't it? It got suppressed.
There'd be torrents of it somewhere.
Yeah, but to do proper deepfakes, I did actually cover that. Deepfakes versus Tyler's voice modding requires really clean samples. Like, that's why they play music in the background all the time, these guys, because people then could grab bits of their voice and actually create a deepfake of them. Even if you do it manually, you could string the words together to form a sentence.
I know. So I saw a video. I think you sent me an AI video, and like they had the news reporter and they had the AI. The AI copied the news reporter's voice and synced voice to video, and they made their own news report with it.
Right. Yeah, there was one that the scammers were using it. They managed to record this guy's voice on when he was talking on the phone in the elevator, and they would just jump into the elevator, start recording, because he often picked up the phone and started talking to people on the phone. So they recorded his voice, but it had all the background noises. But it was good enough to be convincing to a secretary that he was in an elevator telling her to transfer money from one bank account to another over the phone for a business meeting. And she did it, and she transferred like millions of dollars to another bank account, which was obviously a temporary bank account set up that the scammers were using in another country, and they took it out straight away and took off. Can we have $1 million cash, thanks? Can it be ready in 2 hours? I suppose you'd have to transfer it to one of those big banks, though, that have a lot of funds available. Do banks stock gold bars? Like, can you actually say, oh, can I have that withdrawn in gold bullion or whatever? Like coins? I don't know if they do that. Because that would be a better way of doing it, right? I'll tell you what, YouTube is just like a criminal network, and Google is part of the criminals because they profit quite big money off Tyliar. Now, if they paid him $2.5 million and ad money, right, then how much did they make? Probably $5 million off him. That pays a lot of salaries. And you got to remember, back in the early days, they paid a lot better as well. Anyway, we'll better carry on with the show. We've just done our test run of the new setup. So yeah, I might actually make a cartoon version of Blake Cousins, cartoon version of GUFON, a cartoon version of Dr. Greer, and have a bit of fun with those, I think. But you can see the voices when I ran through them. There's not really any decent ones that mimic very well, but it's still quite fun. Apparently that software is used by gamers, I heard, where they want to change their voices on the when they're playing the game. But it really needs more. It needs like deepfake technology for accents. So to turn my voice into American and then transform it into Mr. Ken or whatever would sound a lot better. So it's early days yet, but I don't think they'll be allowed to do that. I think there will be like government controls on deepfakes. I sometimes wonder if some of Biden's stuff that we've seen on TV is a deepfake.
You can't control AI. It's sentient. It's gonna take over and destroy us.
Yeah. Anyway, let's kick it off here. So going back to this image here, after I stopped the show yesterday, I noticed an obvious flaw in the image. Right there. Let's see, where's the original? See that there? That's telltale sign of someone slipping while they're cutting around the edges of a bit of an image to get rid of the background. It's got a little round circle there, which is part of the eraser. So you know, if you just bring up the editor, and I'll just show you. You can see the obvious mistake. That should have spotted that earlier, but obviously my eyes weren't that great that day. They're not too great even now. So yeah, this let's just create a random background first, different colors or something. Ooh, real fun. So now we can draw a rectangle over it, fill it in. What colour? Try that one. You can move it around. Make it into a diamond. So normally to get rid of that background, you use a thing called Smart Magic thing, and it finds all the edges, right? You can see it doesn't select all the image around it. You can adjust it here, how much it selects, right? And it only allows you to erase what's blue. But yeah, how can we do this? Probably have to have something similar color. Let's see, red probably. Let's get the right color. Is that the dropper? Dropper. So you pick up the color there and then fill it in. Alright, because we got the selection, is it? Fill it in. There you go. So when I selected with the magic marker, it needs to go right to the edge of that color only. But now we got red matching this red. It's very hard to erase stuff, especially if that was a crashed piece of wreckage on the Alaska plane crash or whatever. So if we do magic marker now on the outside, you can see it selecting the square now because the colors bleed over. But you probably did something like that. I'm not sure what though, and then go eraser or choose another color. Paintbrush. Choose white, I guess. White. And then you choose like a bigger eraser edge like that. So now you can see you get the edges caught up, I see. So you can make mistakes like that. So what he's done there, he's been erasing the outside like so of the object that he's going to fake, and he's gone a wee bit too far in like that and didn't notice it because it's a scene thing. So you can see that on the image here, right in the bottom corner here, where he's tried, you see 2 times that he's gone over the edge. See that there with the eraser, and you can see it's a round thing. So that's telltale sign that it's a Photoshop straight away. So you know, you often get GUFON saying prove it's a CGI, prove it's photoshopped. Well, CGI just means computer graphic, right? And anything to do with computer graphics is basically CGI, isn't it? So yeah, so I just wanted to point that one out. We missed that last time. Just close that down. So that worked all right. So he didn't actually need to do all this by looking for the bits and pieces online and piecing it together like this guy did. In fact, it looks like he probably would have done a better job of it too. Anyway, just close that one down. Alright, so this is the late... What the hell's he doing? Bloody hell, man. We heard all that, Gabber. So here we got here, Bottle Cap Balloon Brigade. And, how'd you say that? Lunia? How'd you say that place name? Illinois, is that how you say that one? Illinois Hobby Group claims its $13 weather balloon last pinged near Yukon in Alaska, isn't it? On February the 10th, hours
Hobby
before
balloon.
F-22 brought down the UFO, which is a hobby balloon, in the same area with $400,000 missile. Well, I'm sure taxpayers are quite happy to foot the bill for that. This is how ridiculous it is. So are they going to shoot down every weather balloon and loose advertising balloon now? Because Biden said shoot it down because it's probably Chinese.
America, F yeah.
So there's the group of people, I guess. They shut down our balloon. Last location. And object shot down over Mayo, Yukon. So it looks like it's following the air currents, right? Not sure if they talk about that or not. Well, at least they got more data than USA has. Here's our data. Does it match the flight path on your radar? And of course, Gabber put up something like this too, which we'll go over. Hobby balloon launched from there. Went all across there. Geez, these things are going over US skies every day, guys. The Chinese balloons, yes, Chinese make them and sell them.
That's not a Chinese balloon.
What, the hobby one?
It was sent up from America. Americans sent that up.
No, but Chinese make everything, don't they? So they had to obviously buy it from China. That
doesn't mean it's a Chinese balloon. You're like Tyler. You're making up UFO shenanigans.
Chinese-made balloon, then. How about that?
Chinese-made balloon. That's a bit better. It's a Chinese-made balloon sent up by American citizens. They have a hobby. They have a hobby group, the American hobby balloon hobby group or something, whatever it's called. It's in that article.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up next.
Your own citizens are setting the American citizens are setting the balloons up, and they're shooting them down. And everyone thinks and Bruce is all said it's a UFO invasion.
So the next one was US new Chinese spy balloon was a weather balloon. So they actually were monitoring this balloon being launched from China and tracked it the whole time. So this is a bit from Jimmy Dore's show, which I'll play. So this is talking about the very first one. They knew it was a weather balloon.
Monitor the secrets of the U.S. This was just a weather balloon being pushed by the weather.
This sounds like something when you hear you'd hear about like China. There's somebody crashed. You are a spy. That's what we did with all right.
Yes.
Also revealed today that the 3 subsequent objects they shot down probably were not involved in spying.
You don't say. You don't say.
Wait, why are you still writing spy balloon in the thing underneath it then?
That's a wee bit loud, I think.
The 3 objects shot down this weekend may have been harmless research balloons. That's now a leading theory for the intelligence community.
Did they bring up UFOs so that this balloon thing is that embarrassing so that you would associate they're trying to say it was just balloons now?
It's a good question. I mean, this happened at a very opportune time. Also, there was the story about the U.S. blowing up the Nord Stream 2. So it's a good time to start a freak out about some unidentified flying objects and a Chinese spy balloon.
Well, I thought, what's his name?
So, maybe I was saying that China wouldn't be stupid enough to fly spy balloons, even communication spy balloons over America. Well, I'm correct. I was correct the whole time. And just common sense and logic, guys, is all you need to apply to this whole thing. But all the shills online were just taking the fake news MSN at their word and not question it all and calling it UAPs and they're covering it up. Well, apparently they still haven't found all the records, right? Well, if you shoot down a balloon, do you find all those party balloons everywhere? You normally find them inside marine life stomachs, right? But if you shoot down something over water, what's going to happen to it with a payload? It's going to sink straight to the bottom, isn't it? And it's going to drift off course. It's going to be like impossible to find unless you got electromagnetometer. What do you call it? It's got a special name for it. Even side scan sonar, towed by a boat back and forth over the whole lake. It's going to cost a lot of money to do that, to find that wreckage. Shooting it over water, probably the most stupid thing ever, right?
They don't want to find the wreckage. That's why they shot it over the water, because it's not a spy balloon.
Yes, you're onto the money. You can see it's all been planned.
We couldn't find the wreckage. It's in 40 feet of water. They can find the Titanic, but at the bottom of a huge ocean, but they can't find under 40 feet of water. Yeah.
Michael King has joined us. You missed out on all the fun. What's up, Mike? What's this one? Remove kipper? What the hell's that? I know what a kipper is. It's a fish, isn't it? Can hear him breathing. Yeah, people can hear you breathing on your mic there. Normally you don't. Yeah, you turned off your filters.
What have I done to my mic?
They can hear you
I don't
breathing.
know. My computer reset last night in a thunderstorm. I don't know what's going on.
That shouldn't change your mic, though.
All right, let me turn this on. There we go. And now I got all my filters on. No more breathing.
Are you sure? Can you breathe? Well, you can hear that. Let us know if you can still hear him breathing, guys. As we might have to mute him.
I turned the filters on. You're not going to hear the breathing now.
I think it's a bit better. Yeah, I think we're better. Normally people complain about me breathing with my blocked nose. They haven't been doing that lately because we got Gabber the Darth Vader, Gabber Roo, as I call him, Gabber Roo. Anyway, we'll just finish off this. It actually talks about some of the stuff we're probably going to cover.
Was it Blinken was supposed to go to China?
He canceled his trip.
Quiet now?
Like that. I thought it was like to get out of going on a trip to China.
So here is from Caitlin Johnstone. U.S. officials now say Chinese spy balloon flew over U.S. accidentally. And Caitlin talks about this headline in the Washington Post. U.S. tracked China spy balloon from launch on Hainan Island along unusual path. But check out the subheading there. It says, the large Chinese surveillance device that flew across Alaska and the continental U.S. may have been diverted on an errant path caused by atypical weather conditions.
Was there a rudder on the balloon? Because if there wasn't, I'd say probably that's how it happened.
But notice how the headline's still calling it a spy balloon. So the headline is spy balloon, but then in the subheading they actually watered it down to surveillance device because that surveillance device was really just tracking weather.
Well, they're spying on our weather.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And here it is from this Washington Post article. According to several U.S. officials who said analysts are now examining the possibility that China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with their airborne surveillance device.
Oh.
The balloon floated over Alaska's Aleutian Islands, thousands of miles away from Guam, then drifted over Canada, where it encountered strong winds that appear to have pushed the balloon south into the continental United States.
My God, could it be possible?
And there it is.
We
right
must
there.
examine the possibility.
There's the weather system. This is basically why we had a Chinese spy balloon freak out.
So you're saying they control the weather?
Here's Caitlin Johnson again. Washington Post. It was a spy balloon. It was a spy balloon. It's definitely 100% a Chinese spy balloon. Okay, it had no intention of flying over America to spy on us, but it was definitely 100% a spy balloon. She also says, so it's entirely possible that the American political media class has been spending the month of February furiously demanding more militarism and more Cold War escalations over 4 harmless balloons.
And funding.
Sometimes I think U.S. media should abandon its whole free speech, free press charade and just switch to publishing news straight out of the Pentagon.
Yes. I think the Pentagon thinks that most of the time.
And again, so after the Chinese balloon came these unidentified objects that were shot down. And check out the headline there. 3 objects shot down after Chinese spy balloon. Of course, not a spy balloon. May be benign, White House says.
Yeah.
And here is White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre speaking on MSNBC.
Why is the American military shooting something out of the sky over Canada?
Because it's part of NORAD. There is the NORAD is part of like it's a what you call a coalition, a consortium. So
because we got to shoot something down, we just got to just knock something, and that's happened to be over Canada. So
we can't take a chance on another balloon. It was a little embarrassing because they don't want to not warmonger with China, but
she's
they also
useless. This
the
Gil
Democrats
too.
were like,
I don't know. You ever see her on TV giving press release conferences? She's useless. Anyway, you can listen to the rest of it if you want to, but we got some other stuff here. I'll post it on the side so you can use it, watch it. I mean, we used it under fair use. Just copy that one. Door exposes media gang. MSN and government. It's like the MSN in America is the government. So we know it's a hobby balloon, and we know the first one is definitely a weather balloon. That shouldn't be there. Oh, this is another one. This is on Martin Show. And this guy here, who's a pilot, still doesn't know about the 18-inch silver balloon. So I made a comment on it. I'll just reload it. And I got attacked by Martin. Not to insult his guests. So I'll just play a clip on it.
Well, like say from Phoenix and gone to Flagstaff with it. That potato chip bag is pill-shaped too. And look like a cylinder, especially at high speed as you're passing it. Right? Potentially. So it's possible that it might have been a pill-shaped thing. Kind of like the Tic Tac, and we don't know whether it was vertical or horizontal. But
so even he doesn't know. I think he might be talking about the other balloon that they said was a cigar shape, right? That had sort of cables hanging down from it.
Eyewitness that saw it in Alaska, the one in the North Alaska. She said she saw a ball in the sky with like streamers hanging off it, and then a military jet passed by, and then the ball popped. The ball popped in front of her when she was walking her dogs. That sounds like a balloon to me.
Well, pops generally relate to balloons, doesn't it? Yeah.
Balloon, I would say yes, it could have been a balloon of some kind. I mean, I've seen balloons that are round on the top, round on the bottom, and are made from a section, a gore that is actually a cylinder.
Like a solar balloon.
Put something up there. Yeah,
What?
sorry about that. Yeah, there was one, if you remember the acorn blimp. Yeah.
Was that the one?
Acorn blimp. So they're calling the 18-inch heart balloon, well, it could have been a 36-inch one too, Acorn blimp, right? This is an ex-military pilot claiming to run a UFO channel as a expert analysis on video. You know, I solved it on a live show within about an hour, right?
On the right side of the cockpit window.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if you remember that.
Alright, so he's saying this is an acorn blimp, when you can clearly see it's a side view of a heart-shaped Mylar balloon, right?
They took this off the East Coast as well. It was looked like that.
I got that case actually, and that when I analyzed it, I found that to be in all likelihood a Mylar balloon at altitude.
Oh, look, even Mark D'Antonio got it correct, but he didn't say it was a heart-shaped balloon.
Okay, so you think it is Mylar?
I do. That was my finding.
Yeah,
And I said
later.
I was 90% that it was a Mylar balloon.
90%. I'm 110%, mate. The Mylar heart-shaped balloon.
Hallmarks. It had the wrinkles. It had the little. It even has a little pucker at the bottom for the filler valve and kind of a thing.
And these things
that's
can
close.
go
And it also
they can
had a little tiny counterweight balloon attached to it that was bouncing around, obviously. So this is the same balloon in the three pictures. One was out of focus of it when it was bright light coming back. You can see here it's just rotating around here now. So probably when it was around this direction, it was reflecting more of the light back at the camera, and he didn't have it in focus because look, he's filming through a damn cockpit window, and the autofocus system is gonna, if it's on auto, it's gonna always take something closer. But if he takes it through the window entirely, then it's gonna focus better. But I don't know how he did it, whether he had it on manual focus or not. But one of them was out of focus. And the other one is what they've been calling the Batman balloon, which is exactly the same one, just shot at different times, that's all.
go pretty high in altitude, Mylar.
Yeah, they can. And they'll get, I mean, if you're ever taking...
See, now he's questioning the same as GUFON. Oh, they don't go that high. Yes, they can. Because we've seen videos of pilot ones with the Ilama Globo, or whatever they're called.
But GUFON is a balloon expert, he says. He knows everything
hardly.
about balloons.
So you can
Calls
see
himself a balloon
here,
expert.
you can see here the other side of the heart balloon is reflecting a wee bit of a bright light there in the corner. But this thing down here looks like it's a counterweight balloon attached to it. And
See you later, Michael King.
Yeah, I think he's gone already. We only got 3 watching at the moment. Some of the lurkers there we got rid of, I think. I think they were like Tyler fans or GUFON fans. But I don't care. So yeah, I'll post the interview, the full episode here. You can listen to what these clowns are talking about, the shoot down of the balloons. And I think even the pilot here agreed that they all sounded like balloons. And they don't shoot down stuff they can't identify unless they're ordered. So there you go. So Martin's show on spy balloons.
But what if they actually did? Let's hypothesize here. What if they actually did shoot down a UFO from an alien species from another planet? They just started intergalactic war.
Well, which one do you think was a UFO then, in that case?
I don't think any of them were a UFO.
Well, there you
They're
go.
all balloons.
So you're saying they shot...
They're saying we shot down an unidentified UFO. So now if that actually happened, which it didn't, they're starting intergalactic war with another alien species.
Well, Biden wants to start war with everybody, doesn't he? Because it's good for inflation, isn't it? They can sell lots of weapons and make more tax money from the businesses. But yeah, does this actually scroll? Because it wasn't scrolling before. So I actually put up these comments here. He said at the end that he invites people on and is a UFO matchmaker or some sort at the end of this episode. And I said, don't invite me on. Laugh out loud, hypocrites. And I said here, this is not an acorn balloon. It's the same 18-inch Mylar silver heart balloon. Why you need to watch my analysis on it. Laugh out loud. It's the same balloon as the one given a flare out of focus and Batman one, which is a silver Mylar heart balloon, 100%. Chris knows nothing. At least Mark got the Mylar right. And of course, I get told off by Martin down here. Hey, Bill, Chris has put a lot of great info out there. Please do not be insulting to my guests.
You're never going to get on his show now.
No. But I knew that anyway. He's been ignoring me the whole time. So I sent him like 3 months ago, was it? I sent him an email and said, look, have a look at this episode I put together on my real evidence of possible grey injecting in my back, because I've got a picture of it. And also some of my paranormal stuff. Yeah, and he never replied back. And I thought, well, I would be excellent for his show, because I've actually got some physical evidence. Unlike his talking heads that he puts on idiots that think they're seeing a square UFO when it turns out to be a banner plane. And other crazies that he's had on. He's had some really dodgy guests on. So this one here is, who do you think you are? Well, obviously, this guy's out of touch if he doesn't know who I am, because I've been around quite a long, getting in everybody's face that's promoting shite. Chris knows this stuff, okay? 18-inch, laugh out loud, it was a car size. Since you don't know who I am, is pretty sad. And I'm someone that, and probably more qualified than Chris, and knows his stuff with 2 degrees in Bachelor of Science in Tech and Computer Science, who ran CAD-CAM as an IT admin for uni, and also a tutor in tech for uni. I have a channel of 1100 uploads exposing on debunking many cases knobs have been promoting as aliens for years, like the Guardian case. Now, what makes you think Chris knows his stuff? He's a pilot who couldn't tell a small Mylar balloon like the one that was snapped it by another pilot. That's scary, eh? It was not a car size. You're mixing up oranges and apples. The car size is the latest balloon shoot down, not the one called wrongly, the Batman balloon. If you watch my lives, you would know all this stuff, Paul. And then Martin comes along and says, stop insulting. And I'm telling the truth. What is truth insults now? So what has Leto put out on useful information, useful info on toilet methods, but he's no good at image identifying. He proved it in your show. Lucky Mark picked him up on it. He's 2 years in the field. I have 8, and I had my own experiences and now can validate abductee cases, I think I said. But yeah, that's what I said, right? No likes on it, I suppose. No one's up like me. In fact, I'm probably blocked. Because I'm logged in here. So yeah, I'd be interested to know if anyone clicked that, see if I'm still available in the comments. Because you can see your own. This is the sneaky thing that Google does, right? When you get blocked, your comments don't vanish. So to stop you spamming, I guess. So every time you keep replying to people, this goes into a big void. And it's stupid. But yeah, all these people thought it was a great episode, and I thought it was really boring. Great episode. As a Canadian, I believe we will need to work with the US on this. What? Blue Hunting. Thank you very much for sharing this interesting. So this is a kind of people. Excellent episode. I thought it was pure garbage. You have a watch of it and see what you thought of it. Excellent show again. Chris turned me into your show, Martin. So he's a UFO Twitter clown follower. Also, how would a pilot be able to see strings hanging from an object the size of a small four-wheeler? Well, obviously they've got technology on board, right? That's recording with their camera pods, and they can play it back in their headset frame by frame. Obviously, the technology's there, right? And they can zoom into any still image they want to. So they probably get trained how to do all that. My thoughts too. Well, they didn't ask him that question. How can pilots see? Later, he might have been able to answer that because he was a pilot and used to the equipment. That's what he's good at. But to do video analysis and identify things, he's proven he's no good at it. Even Mick West has shown him up with that sort of stuff. Oh, someone's put pod here. But yeah, FLIR's not going to identify it. Although that would be one of the options. They will also have HD cameras on those pods. Come on, they don't just have FLIR in those pods. They have multiple cameras. They have TV mode and also thermal mode. Mr. D in Tyliar, what depth into the abyss was the submarine you were a guest on? So he keeps talking about that when he was a guest on submarine and the radar picked up a fast moving UAP underwater, or USO. And it's a wonder he didn't have to sign an NDA on that. But yeah, he said it was going faster. They said it was going faster than anything that should be able to underwater. But we got no proof of that. We only got his story, of course. Great discussion. How's this episode any better than what we do? Come on. In fact, we do a lot better job. It's stupid, really, how people pick these people over other people. But they got a lot of advertising behind them. I haven't. Lucy, we'll come back to Lucy. Daily Mail thing. Okay, I won't promote that because it's a garbage rag. What's this one? Dr. Stephen Greer. Alright, this is hilarious. This skill is what's wrong with ufology. Now, she's got 51,000 subscribers. Another talking head that doesn't actually provide any useful knowledge to the people out there apart from what they want to be fed. And this is point in question that she knows zero about Dr. Greer being a promoter of fake light beings.
Attacked Russia and Germany by blowing up their infrastructure, that they are using these balloons as a means towards increased surveillance, increased militarism, and increased warmongering. The idea that they are rogue balloons actually makes a lot of sense because if you look at the path of the polar jet stream, you'll find it's exactly where these unidentified flying objects have been spotted.
So the balloons have been moving around this direction, right? Which is where that Alaska one was. They launched it from China over there and it went all over here. And because it was abnormal strong winds that day, they couldn't control it back around. But anyway.
And shot down. The stream goes down through Alaska, over Canada, into Montana, and down through South Carolina. Plus, even Beijing claimed to have one of these objects flying over them this past weekend. And if you look at how the polar jet stream affects them, they're right under it as well. So are we actually at war with weather balloons? Or maybe they're aliens? What's the possibility of this? Well, there's no better person to ask this question to than Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer is a renowned...
So, she reckons Dr. Stephen Greer is the man for this kind of information. This is what's wrong with ufology, right? Who the hell is this girl? This is the first time I heard about it. Dr. Stephen Greer reveals the truth behind the recent UAPs, right? You see, again, no mention that it's spy balloons, recent spy balloons. No, you got to put in UFOs and UAPs to get the clicks. And she's just repeated what is available by other people. So really, she's like a news repeater, same as GUFON is, right?
Just copy and paste.
Look at that, 280,000 views for this crap. Okay, let's listen to a wee bit of it, and then we'll post it down the side, and you can go and watch all of it if you want.
Figure in the UFO and extraterrestrial research community, and as the father of the disclosure movement, bringing to light the vast testimony regarding the existence of extraterrestrial life forms visiting the planet. He's an emergency physician. Dr. Greer, thank you so much for joining the show today.
So he's not even going to go on video?
Okay.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
No.
All right, so are these UFOs? I mean, you are the best person to be asking this question to. Are these extraterrestrial UFOs, I should ask?
No, they're not. And, you know, one of the things that I think people have to understand is context here. In the last year, we have been providing definitive information.
So he actually told the truth, which is really strange. Maybe he realized that he's being kicked left, right, and center by all the truthers out there because he's been exposed now. So he's trying to put a good image, a damage control in.
Information to the key researchers in Washington who by...
He's bound to throw a conspiracy thing in there though, like that it's a distraction for the real UFOs or whatever. So what's it, can we actually, how much can we play of it though?
Law now have to provide a report on UAPs or UFOs. And what they have done is to get very much onto the inside of clandestine operations that have man-made objects that are deployed globally, that are not from extraterrestrial origin, but that are extremely advanced type of propulsion and energy systems.
Yeah, so straight away he's gone into the conspiracy route straight after saying they're not alien, but we've got reverse technology or whatever, right? So typical Dr. Greer, no proof of that, of course.
Stephen Greer says we had anti-gravity mastered anti-gravity technology in the 50s and the 60s.
Yeah, but there's no proof of that. No one's leaked any like videos with blueprints.
No
or
one's,
anything like that.
If anyone has leaked any blueprints or videos, excuse me. If anyone has leaked any evidence, it would have been deleted straight away.
Well, the Men in Black would have come visiting.
Men in Black would have come visiting. The YouTube channel would have got shut down. COVID misinformation, everything would have happened.
Yeah. So Dr. Greer is getting promoted here by this person.
So he's talking about information that cannot see the light of day. It gets shut down as soon as it gets released. So he's never going to have any proof.
I bet at the end they recommend a website for them to go and watch more Dr. Lear stuff, right?
And pay $10,000 to beat drums in the forest to see Joshua Tree aliens.
Check, no evidence. Yeah, does he recommend him at the end? Let's just skim on a wee bit. Oh no, what are they putting up?
Have been in the media over the last few years, the so-called Tic Tac, and others that have been on CNN.
So he's still blabbing. This guy never stops talking though.
Space platforms of various types. Now, are many of these potentially from China? Yes, perhaps. But the point I make to people is that the organization that deals with this issue isn't U.S. only, it's global. So if they wanted to deploy assets that would trigger a news frenzy to sort of posit that there's some threat coming, then it would be very easy to gaslight the public.
Oh, right. So the coming invasion of aliens. We're going down the invasion line, all right?
The same thing was done after 9/11, where we went into Saddam Hussein's country, Iraq, where there was no evidence that he was involved whatsoever.
Like there's no evidence of what you're saying either, Dr. Greer. False flag.
And pull people in a direction that's a misdirect, quite frankly. And that,
which is what he's really good at doing, obviously, because he's got millions of fans that are gullible to separate their money from their pockets and give it to him.
Threat unquote. That doesn't exist because that is the ultimate card to play to create.
Oh, look at the grin. Oh, I conned you all, and I've got $1 million mansion and this and that. Okay, let's just drag it on a bit. Keeps on going, look. There's a long interview. She'll never get rid of him.
And he made inquiries. And when he did, he was threatened with not only demotion, but more. And he was denied access to his projects. Now, when
He's talking about Bob Lazar, is he? I didn't think he... Which one is he talking about here? Bob Lazar? Has to be, doesn't it?
Code names and numbers. And he made inquiries. And when he did, he was threatened with not only...
Okay, let's go back a bit.
When I briefed 25 years ago, or almost 26 years ago, the head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Tom Wilson, he received from me a document that listed the project code names and numbers. And he made inquiries. And when he did, he was threatened with not only demotion, but more. And he was denied access to his projects. Now, when he won...
You know, I think he wrote the Wilson documents and leaked it out to everybody, you know. Remember that we didn't know where they come from? And it took someone like the Black Vault to see that it was actually like a movie script or a TV pilot, which it is. That's, you know, like at the time there was like X-Files and the other one, Dark Skies, which is a lot better because it's based more on ufology. If you're not seeing Dark Skies, go and watch the first episode. It's a really old thing. They rushed the ending of it, ruined it. I don't think it even made it to New Zealand. I had to find it online to watch it. Made it to Australia, I believe. That's about it. Anyway, it was actually quite a good series about alien abductions and invasion and all that, but aliens being bad.
Of the ability of this clandestine and illegally run...
Maybe I should bring it up. Dark Skies. What year was that? 1977 is about the time Star Wars came out. Dark Skies TV show. There we go. 97. No, 96. Right, it's come after Star Wars then. Unless that's a remake. 1960s America, a young couple struggled to expose the truth about a hidden alien invasion. Yeah, it was actually quite a good one though. Went on for a couple of seasons, was it? Does it have it all here? Seasons.
So do you think 1947 Roswell incident, they got a crashed UFO, 2023 they haven't been able to reverse engineer by now?
Well, it's like if you dropped off a mobile phone to the Knight Templars, what would they do with it? Say you were from the devil and kill you probably. Yeah, I've talked about that in the past though. If a UFO did actually crash, we wouldn't have the tools or the technology back then to
what about now?
Reverse engineer it or figure it out.
That was like 70 years ago. We've had a huge leap in technology since
yeah,
then.
so what they do is, if that actually has been happening, they put it into storage, like a hangar, for 20 years, and then they reopen the case to see if our technology has improved enough to be able to do spectral analysis or nanotechnology or imaging of
we're starting to get all that technology now.
Yeah, probably now we can start to pull some of it apart if they got it, because we got a lot of the technology there which didn't come from UFOs. Yeah, like fiber optics, right? They keep saying that it doesn't use electrical wires, it uses fiber, which would be making pure sense that it does, because it doesn't suffer from electromagnetic waves, right? So you would have to use fiber optics. And But then Bob Lazar come along and said they're using mind linking, where the aliens can sit in a chair, maybe it's got some amplifier for brainwaves or something, and it transmits it by wireless or something to turn on the engines and move it this way, move it that way. Which sounds like that would make perfect sense, fly without any cables and wires. And if the transmitting box or receiver box goes down, there's a backup which switches to it or whatever. So, yeah, why would you want to use fiber optics even? So this is the thing with anyone that draws what's inside the UFO with switches and panels and stuff, right? Kind of, you can sort of work out which ones might be fake. So that Hiddong one, didn't he have levers? He had levers on the flight.
I find that hard to believe. Just because a UFO has switches and buttons means it's fake. I find that hard to believe.
Why?
You got 20,000.
Do you really think they mastered anti-gravity?
If you got over 20,000 different types of different aliens in all the different galaxies, and they all got different UFOs with different propulsion systems and different technology. Some will have buttons, some will have dials.
Come on, won't. You're not going to have a TARDIS that disappears and goes into a.
Not every UFO is the same. Some UFOs are interdimensional travelers. Some UFOs travel between planets. They're all different propulsion systems. They fly different things. They got different buttons, different dials, different switches, different Wi-Fi boxes, different fiber optics. Everyone's going to be different. They're all. It's like saying
that's rabbit hole stuff.
What you're saying is you're saying is like, oh, we got a Hyundai hatchback from Korea. It doesn't look like the Porsche 911 twin turbo, so it cannot be a UFO.
So why is there not a big lever on your smartphone?
two different makes and models of cars. There's all sorts of different cars. You're like comparing a combustion car to an electric Tesla. They're different. They're made differently.
No, you don't have a box that disappears and travels through a time warp or a portal that you use a lever with to turn it on and off. Don't believe it. But if you think back in the 1960s, that's the kind of technology we had back then. So it makes sense that they're going to make up a story with big flashing buttons and levers.
What if there was a UFO that we tried to reverse engineer and make, and we would have used levers and buttons? It would have been one of it would have been a human-made UFO.
We wouldn't. Not today. We wouldn't.
No, back then. We're talking back then, not today.
So you mean in 17 years they haven't upgraded their flying clear box?
They're just flying
with new control panel.
They're just flying the old antique model, taking it out for a spin,
It'd be like putting Ford T controls inside a modern car, right? So you'd have, all sorts of levers and stuff.
We're talking about aliens who are millions of years advanced, 100,000 years advanced, 10,000 years advanced, 1,000 years advanced. They've all got different UFOs.
So they can defeat gravity and hover, but they control it with levers, right? That really makes sense to me. We just open up the tractor beam, pull lever 3. The door opens up and the beam comes down. Yeah, I think if you got to look at the current technology of the time and the story, but if it's something far-fetched, right? If they said it had like a hand, he waves his hand over a panel, then that story would have been more believable, because it would have like you can do it on the smartphones now. It knows if your hand's close by or whatever, or it can recognize if your face is looking at it and all that sort of stuff. That's the kind of technology I would expect in the alien cockpit, right? Facial recognition, else anyone can sit in the chair and take control of the flying saucer and fly it off, right? You need some car theft technology. Us, those humans, are get inside and steal it while we're outside looking for worms and samples out in the bush, and Bigfoots, of course. So where did we get to? Dr. Stephen Greer. Yeah, I was just seeing if she's going to promote him. Still going? Must be getting near the end, surely.
2 days before Christmas, the president signed a bill that the Congress passed, opening a pathway for whistleblowers on the UFO issue to come forward. I have begun the process of bringing those guys.
So now they're not going to throw whistleblowers into prison for coming forward. Does that mean they're going to pardon Snowden now and .com and all the rest of them?
Release Snowden.
Yeah, they should have done it a long time ago.
Some type of counterintelligence operation. So I think
Trump was told not to do it, by the way. People said, oh, why don't you release Snowden? And he got threats saying that they would impeach Trump after the elections.
They impeached him anyway. He should have released Snowden. What isn't that?
Yeah, he might do it the next time he gets in there.
I think that frankly, some of these, in fact, are and could very likely are from China. How many of those have been over us before that they've never disclosed? Who knows?
So he's mixing apples with oranges again. So first of all, it says it's reverse technology and aliens are out there, but some of them are going to be Chinese, technology? He's not telling us anything new, right? He's not like bringing up a picture or bringing up a statement from a leaker saying, well, this is what I heard. I'll just play it live first time. You have the exclusive. No, we give it to third phase. The Blake cousins will get the exclusive leak information
that they're developing, that they're not telling us about. And so it is questionable on what is going on right now. Who.
That's right. The government are not telling us everything, and China's not going to tell us everything. It's all a load of cobblers. Okay, so it's one big interview with him. Does he promote him?
New film that's going to be coming out, The Lost.
Ah, right, she does. New film coming out from third phase of cringe. First phase of fake.
We need to not make wrong decisions based on fear and hysteria.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Dr. Stephen Greer, go to his website, seriousdisclosure.com. Lots of information. I mean, really, he's the foremost expert on this topic. So really, really have you on to talk about this with us. And really excited about your new film that's going to be coming out, The Lost Century. Extremely important. That one to me is very, very important. So people should go and check that out. I know it's crowdfunded, so you can donate to that film. You can go to lostcenturyfilm.com. Dr. Stephen Greer, thank you so much for joining us.
I vomited in my mouth.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Making a new movie with third phase. Go to his website. Yeah, we'll pass on that. What actually has she put up? Let's have a quick look. What's her name? Kin Versen. What's that kind of name? Versen. Is that Dutch or something? Doesn't sound Chinese. But she looks... Yeah, I suppose she might be Asian. Hybrid white. But yeah. Yeah, what else has she got here? Oh, she got Jimmy Dore on. America is a failed state. Central banks and World Economic Forum. Evil, evil. Dr. Greer. What we got next? So she's got quite a few big names here. Exposed hundreds of children listed on Keith backed killed list. Oh yeah, so she's a bit of a conspiracy channel. So that's probably why she had Greer on. Because she listens to all the wrong people. Why has she got Corrible on? Or Doorbell Crap on? Yeah. Who the hell's that? Novax. Oh yeah, she's gonna get popular with all that kind of stuff, isn't she? Tensions escalate. What's that one? CDC admits vax stroke. So she's doing similar things to Jimmy Dore. So Google shouldn't really like you, but she's probably making them lots of money. But anyway, Casey having Dr. Greer on. Duh. What's next in the list here? China accuses US of flying balloons over its airspace. So that was the latest thing that came out too, wasn't it? Yesterday, was it? China says United States high altitude balloons have flown over its airspace without permission. Well, I think they've been doing it for a long time, including U-2s and other planes. Then 10 times since January last year, widening a diplomatic row after the US military shot down what it says was a Chinese spy balloon. Since last year, the US high-altitude balloons have undergone more than 10 illegal flights into China's airspace without the approval. So it goes both ways, guys. This is why it's garbage. It really is. Chinese Foreign Minister spokesman Wang Wenbin said at a regular briefing. Okay, so anything else there? China says balloon was a civilian research craft. We've heard all that before. And blowing off course. So that's the latest. So, yeah. Have they shot down any of US balloons? Is the question. So that's all the balloons done with. There was something of yours, and have I posted it here or not? I thought I had it, but it looks like it's gone. Let's see if we can find it again.
What are you looking for? Tell me.
That one you posted up on Twitter.
The Chinese UFO? That's the one from the Rizal Sea.
Yeah.
The link?
No, there's the one that was talking about. Oh yeah, I suppose we can look at that stuff. Hang on, I just need to go to the toilet and open up, put on the fan. It's getting really, really hot in here. I'll leave you to talk to him. Yep. Tricky.
Where's this video? This one here. This is the this is a UFO Chinese news media. Chinese UFO last week. That Chinese news media has been posting. I made a little video about it, and I compared it to some of the UFO footage that Chinese netizens uploaded to social media site Weibo from the 2010 airport, where the Jiaoshang airport got closed. It looked sort of similar to me. So like I posted them showing a comparison how they sort of look similar. I don't know if they're one and the same. They sort of look similar. These rows of lights that keep turning on and off. But like that seems to be like the out of all the UFOs that America's been claimed to be having shooting down, that all turned out to be balloons. That's like the only sort of credible UFO footage I found from all the stories that have been going on this week. It all just seems to be that they're shooting down balloons.
Okay, that's better.
I posted a link to that Chinese UFO that Chinese news media has been posting online.
Right.
That's the one where they said there's a UFO at the in the China Sea it's at the Rutzao Sea near Chengdong, near the Qingdao port near Shandong, and the Chinese government warned all the fishermen, gave all the fishermen at the port warnings that they have to prepare for salvage operations, and they need to clear the port of fishing vessels because they're going to shoot down the UFO that everyone's reporting.
This is a Gabber video.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a news site, but
I just made a video of it because I found it interesting. I just made a quick video of it.
I suppose
I got a lot. G'day, YouTubers. There's no music, just me talking. There's no music, it's just me talking.
You got better volume control than those other things we played.
That's me with my filters turned off, so you can hear my breathing. Otherwise, it ruins my volume. And then I have to run compressors and gates and adjust the low volume with the high volume in the editing program. It's just it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it should be all hardware based now, like firmware.
I don't know.
Is that high quality? It looks pretty crap.
It's just someone's mobile phone.
It's crap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crap.
You know, all the good cameras on phones, as good as the ones outside. You know, the 4K ones, you'd expect better quality.
Not everyone has the money to spend $1,000 on a brand new phone. Everyone just buys a $100 phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, China especially, I suppose. But let's have a look.
Gabber TV here. I do amateur astronomy, and this is the alleged video of the UFO at
where?
China,
where's the circle?
At the Rutzao Sea. You can see it. Area near Shandong.
I can't see no ding dongs.
You can see it. You don't need a red circle for that one.
Where? Can people see that?
A red circle for that one.
Can you see the
camera up to the sky? He moved the camera up to the sky.
We're at the top of the screen, aren't we? Yeah.
He moves the camera and he's filming the sky. There's no UFO there, which is near the Qingdao port in China.
Well, you tell me where the UFO is.
It looks very familiar to the famous 2010. There's 2 videos. I posted 2 videos. UFO incident. He puts. I don't know. I didn't film the UFO. He points it up at the sky. What's he doing?
What was all that crap? Was that ad come up? Was there? Chinese ad.
That's just the end of the video. I got to rewind it again. Jiaoshan Airport, the most famous airport. Most famous UFO incident in China.
Okay, I'm still not seeing anything. I think there's a bit of dust on my screen there. I need to clean the other screen at some stage.
No, from 2000.
Okay, so I don't see it. Anyway.
2010. It looks very similar to it. I've got some videos like.
Is it there? No.
And up to compare it. Here's another video of the alleged UFO at Rutzao Sea, Shandong area.
Hang on, it looks like it's setting sun there. I saw. Was it, or was it a street lamp?
It was very, very similar to the 2010 Jiaoshan Airport incident, where the airport was shut down for a.
Ah, I see something finally there. I didn't see it in the other video. But yeah, look, there's a sun there behind the trees. Is that your cursor? I'm not sure. It's your cursor, but there was a sun low down behind the tree here.
2 or 3 hours, and
okay, so you can see straight away they're flickering, and they look like they're coming downwards. If you could keep it still, we'd be able to see, even if it's a millimeter coming down, we know it's parachuted flares. So he's moved the angle that he's viewing.
Then, like the next day, all the media got taken down off the internet. The internet got scrubbed of all the upload.
Yeah, but if that's some sort of military exercise, they're not going to be happy with people filming it, by the looks of it, in China. Even if it is a flares drop.
If it's a military exercise, why did the Chinese government warn the fishermen, clear the port? We're doing you're going to get ready for salvage operations, and we're going to go shoot down the UFO. The Chinese government said, we are going to shoot down the UFO.
Have they got that on video?
There's videos with all documents from official documents that I could post. I can't be bothered sitting there and pasting all the documents from official government China to prove that.
They said the government said it was a UAP.
Yes. The government said it was a UFO, officially said it was a UFO. They sent an SMS message to all the fishermen, prepare for salvage operations because we're going to go shoot down the UFO and clear the Qingdao port of your boats so that the wreckage does not hit your boat as we shoot down the UFO.
Did they say UFO or unknown object?
UFO, they said.
Hmm.
They don't do the UAP American shenanigan BS.
So how do you know it's from the government, the SMS? Have they got screenshots?
They showed screenshots. Other news reports showed screenshots. If I played that whole video, I just played the part with the UFO. If I played the whole video, it showed the screenshots from the official government documents and the warnings to the fishermen. It showed everything.
Right.
Like all that's official. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't research it and find the official documents. Yeah. I wouldn't have said nothing.
But what we're seeing on camera there is obviously
if I said it, I would have said allegedly the Chinese government said this, but I actually saw the documents in the Chinese news media, so I'm calling it. It's legit that the government said it.
Yeah, but Chinese do what the Americans do. They call everything a UFO, right? For disinformation. So they just say, it's a UFO.
It's possible. Yeah. I'm open to suggestions. It's a possibility. You know, I'm not. I don't know what to call it. I'm just reporting what the Chinese news media reported. I looked at the comments. People reported seeing the same sort of thing. There's another video. There's another video that just looks weird. That just came out in a different area in China. If you want me to show you that one, it looks really weird. You want me to look for it?
What was it on this one?
No, I didn't post it because it looked weird.
Okay.
Look similar, like the orange lights, but they look like they're shooting out, and they sort of look like flares to me. I did send it to you in Twitter. Let me just find it.
Okay, so this is the one that looks like flares dropping, is it?
That's the one from angles the of it 2010 airport incident. This is the 2010 Hangzhou Jiaoshan airport incident. The military claimed that they were doing exercises in the area, and then later on they said they were never.
Okay, so that looks like it's drifting downwards there to me, like the plane come this way, dropping down the flares, and the very first one goes out first, right? So they're gradually all going out.
Doing exercises in the area. Yeah, we got multiple angles. We got multiple angles of that video too. We got like 4 different multiple angles.
But when I looked at all those 4 videos, they looked like still flares being dropped. But again, it could be to cover up the real UFO that was hovering over the airport that no one seemed to have filmed. But like the thing that's lights, right? So China's going to use the same sort of disinformation as the American government is, well, the military is going to use, right? And of course, some of the leakers said that was their experimental hypersonic blimps. Oh no, he's going on about blimps again. Which was a huge type mothership, multiple stories high, that people saw that.
It could be just hypersonic. The military said it was them doing exercises in the area, but then they reneged. They reneged on that statement. They said they were never doing exercises in the area.
Well, that's kind of strange then, because that definitely looks like a flare.
It's just kind of strange that if you would be using your Here's another experimental secret hypersonic blimp next to an airport for everyone to see right in the city.
Yeah.
That's kind of strange to me.
Not if it had some sort of failure and started coming downwards.
And not if it had a failure and it drifted towards the city, no.
Yeah, normally if you're going to do something like that, you're not going to make it lighter than the air, you're going to make it buoyant. So wherever position it is in the air, it's going to stay there and sort of get blown around with the wind, of course, which means you're going to have some form of engines and stabilizers on there to keep it hovering in one spot. But yeah, you wouldn't make it lighter than the air because you'd always have to be pushing downwards to keep it hovering, and then stop the engines to keep going up.
These videos that I shared from Chinese social media Weibo, I've read through hundreds of pages of comments from people, because thousands of people saw this UFO, and they would type in the comments of the video, "This is the UFO that I saw," and describe the UFO that I saw, and all the descriptions of the witnesses that saw this 2010 Jiaoshan Airport UFO match these videos. That's why I shared them, because after researching it, the eyewitnesses reports match these videos, so we can most probably say that these videos are not fake. They're what they saw, but we can't figure out, is it a hypersonic blimp, is it a drone, is it flares, what are they doing, you know?
Well, it looks like flares to me. Let's keep on
but
playing.
I don't see no smoke. Chinese government said
well, there is a haze or smoke around it.
If those were flares, there would be a smoke trail going up off the flare, and they're turning off and on. People reported the lights were turning off and then on again, then off again. Flares would just like stay on.
Yeah, I think that's two events again. I think what they thought they were filming was the UFO is actually the cover-up flares, and the actual UFO that was over the airport obviously disappeared time they got the camera out, or
maybe you're right. Maybe they tried to cover up the UFO by dropping some flares in the city so people get disinformation. It's possible.
But if you run that through filter, you can see there's a lot of cloud cover that night, and you can see there's some motion blur there as I'm moving the camera.
They're gonna.
But if they filmed it longer than 5 minutes, we can discount flares. But I haven't seen any video that you've provided that filming the same objects for more than 5 minutes. And that's how you can.
Everyone's got like a 30-second, 1 minute video. No one's got a 5 minute video.
That's what I mean. So if they filmed it for 15 minutes, we can discount flares straight away, right? Unless it's some sort of new LED decoy system.
But maybe this UFO was hanging around for 10, 15 minutes, half an hour, and these people walk out and they see it and they start filming it, and then it disappears, and all they got is the 30 seconds, you know?
Well, all four of them, though, you know?
I don't know.
You probably got more chance of winning lotto than believing that.
I've reading through the comments from all the Chinese people. A lot of people reported there was many videos, many different angles, many photos. They all got deleted and scrubbed off the internet by the Chinese government the next day. So like, there's a lot of information that we're missing that we can't find because people are scared to re-upload it because the Chinese government deleted it.
So it's a good story.
It's not a good story. It's what people are reporting. They're complaining. I saw many videos online, on social media, many different camera angles, many different photos people took, and it all got deleted the next day. They're all upset that everything got. They're all upset that everything got deleted.
Yeah, it would be good to see some hard evidence of that, though. You know, like when mine disappeared off the SD card, I took screen snapshots of the directory listing. It's not really hard evidence, though, but it's some evidence because, as you know, you can delete things yourself off the SD card and play act that it was deleted off the SD card. But I don't think there's any benefit.
I think I saw a video. Someone went to Wayback Machine, way back in time, to try and find the old videos, and all the links were deleted. You couldn't even go in. You couldn't even use Wayback Machine to get to the old links that were deleted. Yeah, but I think the
Chinese people are a bit more clever than that, and they'll find ways to leak it out to someone outside China. Look, we got Chinese students all over the world. You think they couldn't use a VPN and send it overseas to someone, and then once it's out, you know? So why has the government deleted these ones then? In that case, that you're now showing us here on the screen here.
Why didn't the government delete these?
Yeah, if they deleted all the other ones.
I don't know. If people keep re-uploading stuff, like it's hard for them to delete everything. When they had COVID and people from Wuhan were uploading videos, they were getting deleted within 20 minutes to an hour. Everything was getting deleted, and me and my friend were recording it and re-uploading it to his website.
Yeah,
the original
we're talking about
Wuhan.
China here. So China here could cut off. They could cut off their power. Yeah, they can delete the power to their house, internet access, and clamp. And as you know, the Great China Firewall, they control everything. So yes, it sounds unlikely, because the government can clamp down people more than they can in our countries, and stop access straight away, right? So it doesn't get leaked out. And they'd have people knocking on the door and drag you off to prison, and you'd never be seen again, right? That's what happens in China. Probably happens in America too now with the Patriot Act. Drag them off. Say you got hit by a car. So yeah, what's Mike saying here? Yeah, kids all sleeping now. Hey, good one. I started using Odyssey. Yeah, I just find it a pack of crap. I've only got like 73 subscribers on it. And the same time that I started BitChute, and that's up to what's getting up there, over 1,600 now. So yeah, compare that to 73 followers on Odyssey. So I don't really waste too much time on it anymore. I might just upload live shows, but I don't upload all the little funny skits I do and stuff anymore, because it's just no one's interested there. So you better best with BitChute, I'm afraid. It's somehow they have better coverage. Can get all the old documentaries you used. Yeah, I've not uploaded as many videos of mine on there, but Rumble seems to be picking up. You can see the subs shoot up there. They seem to like my GUFON skit I did, and the Tyliar, his alter ego, I call it. But yeah, you can see BitChute still climbing, that is, and Google was almost up to 2,600, and it just suddenly lost 3. So I guess they might be 3 Tyler fans. They didn't want to believe it was truth, or even laugh at it. Good. Yeah, Rumble and BitChute are my best alt media ones at the moment. Anyway, back to the Chinese thing here. Again, I think it's just flares, and we can actually see a bit of smoke.
They're going to shoot down the UFO that's in the sea. They've sent a warning to all the fishermen. They'll send
So you can see it's actually quite a few flares, and not just 4 there, right?
I don't see smoke. I need to see smoke to believe that's flares.
But once they focused in, you could see it was quite a lot of flares.
There's no smoke trail. There's no smoke trail, and the lights turn off.
Yeah, they do. Flares don't. Not all flares burn forever, right? These ones would be like anti-missile flares, right? You got illumination flares.
There's no smoke. You have to show smoke. Where there's smoke, where there's fire, there's smoke.
But this is coming through.
There's fire.
This is coming through a cloud cover, though. You can see the cloud here. So
the cloud's behind the flares. The cloud's behind the flares. You would still see the light of the flares. The light of the flares alone.
No. You can't say that. The smoke's mixing in with the cloud, and
the light of the flare would light up the smoke. The light of the flare.
Now, did you put a filter on that, or did they put a filter on that, or did they focus it better?
I think it's just there's 4 different videos from different angles and a warning to all the fishermen.
This one looks like the clearest one. And it looks like he's filmed it earlier than the other ones, because I think they filmed the last 4. He's got all of them being
Do I need to show you a video of a jet dropping flares, and you can see the smoke and the parachute at the top of the flare?
Not from that distance away, you don't. Of course you can, if you got a high definition camera and you film it from another plane, or you got a P1000 that's quite close to the activity, then you might be able to see the parachutes and smoke.
We can see the light from the city lighting up the clouds. How come we can't see the light from the flare lighting up the smoke coming off the flare?
Well, I've shown lots of videos of people filming flares, and you don't always see the smoke. It depends how far away they are, what the conditions are.
I don't know.
I'm not going to go over all that again, but yeah, sometimes you just don't see the smoke, and if you look carefully at it, there's probably some haze there. It's just that we're not seeing it because it's in the cloud cover. Just carry on. But you can see the guy, and he's got out of focus now.
Be prepared for salvage
You can see how quickly they went out.
To clear the air.
Now, the ones over the airport, I thought it said was 4 objects. Well, clearly there was more than 4 objects, right? So it's not the same thing.
Area of ships around the Qingdao port. And here's another angle of it. These are videos I found that were left of Chinese citizens that uploaded the airport incident from 2010. We can see it's very, very similar.
So it could be pollution then. What we're thinking is cloud, because pollution is like smoke, and of course you ain't going to see flares from...
Yeah, their cities are covered in pollution. They got to wear masks and stuff just for the pollution.
So it looks like we got some sort of spotlight of a building here causing some glare going that way. But you think if they were UFOs, the airport or something or military would have a spotlight like LA incident, right? Lighten it up.
To this.
But here again, it's out of focus, and I think it's more than 4 objects, so it discounts the one they claimed by the tower witnesses that there was 4 objects over the runway.
Ruzhao C UFO.
So again, I think that's the same thing as Phoenix Lights, where they drop some flares to simulate the UFOs going away and disappearing, right? Creating a cover story with it. Anyway,
it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we got any real pictures of the UFO, so it would be good to see like the airport security cameras of it. If that's likely to ever come forward, probably not.
I think all that got deleted. All that, you're never going to get it. All that got deleted, and people re-upload it. They delete it, re-upload it, delete it. You just can't get it.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they could give it to some friend that's going to New Zealand to study and stick it on a pen drive. You know how small they are now. I know you step through X-ray machines, but maybe there's a way you can hide it, like a bracelet or something. I don't know. In your mouth? Would you see it in your mouth? I don't know how good their security in the airports in China. Anyway, close that one down. Yeah. Got some science ones to look at here and technical ones, but yeah.
You gotta remember, Chinese people are terrified of the CCP of going to a gulag.
Exactly, and we're scared of the American gulag.
They're not going to risk their life going to a gulag, so that you can have a picture of a UFO.
Some Chinese are brave and risk their life. Exposing the government
and most of them are in a gulag.
Most of them are dead, probably, and the organs sold to Americans. No joke. That's what they claim happens. They keep them alive and they gradually take parts of them. Eyes.
Parts of them.
Yeah, kidneys, liver.
Yeah.
Heart.
That's what they do. The huge
it's like those
illegal
horror
organ
movies.
industry over there.
But you got no hard proof of that. No, because the person's dead. Anyway, I was talking about GUFON singing the circus music stuff, and if you've been following me, you know I did a modification of the clown one. But here's the full video. I thought about adding more of it, because he's a complete moron, of this little clip to the funny thing I did, but I'll just play it here.
Screen share to self. That's new. What does that mean?
He's very
Turn
quiet.
this off to avoid Hall of Mirrors effect during screen sharing.
He doesn't know
Turn
what he's
this
talking about, does he?
off? I don't get that. That's because I have two monitors.
So he's meant to be a camera expert, and he doesn't know the Hall of Mirrors effect. You know, we get that when you look at my screen where we had all multiple alien heads. I don't know if I can replicate it now, actually. Go to mine.
I did post another video in your YouTube chat of the other Chinese UFO that they're claiming. It does does look like weird. It does look like those weird flares.
There we go, look. This is the Hall of Mirror effect. And it's got images being captured and resent over and over again. So that's the Hall of Mirror effect that you get. It's crazy, isn't it? If I put the alien head over here, let's see if that worked better. Normally it replicates it. Why is it not doing it? Oh, it is sort of doing it, isn't it? Look. Hey! It's fun. So GUFON doesn't know what that is. That's what you get when you muck around. Okay, back to Gabber. That's the Hall of Mirror effect, guys. You're always learning on this channel.
I think. And now I get an announcement when somebody joins the stream, which we haven't done that yet.
This is the Melon, this new Melon program he went to ditch StreamYards to find that Melon was corrupting his videos because it didn't have enough bandwidth on their web server for his I don't know, does he do 60 frames a second or something? He was overloading it. I think it worked okay for an hour, and then they reduced the bandwidth, maybe because he wasn't paying them. But anyway, he dumped it. I think the Melon one was actually better than StreamYards, like he was saying. But I'm not sure if it's got the option to stream it to multiple locations like StreamYards has. But I would never use anything like that. I'm a real computer scientist. I would use open source software that does that sort of stuff and run it on another computer to offload it and send the stream from this over the LAN to the other one, and then that would stream it to Google and all the other places. But you probably need I'm not sure if you could automate it or not. I haven't done any research on it. Personally, I just upload it after the show, and it gives you a chance to edit stuff out if you want to before you upload it to the other ones as well. So yeah, I suppose the benefit is if you got live streams happening on different different platforms, that you'll get more subs out of it and more views, or maybe even more cash. But really, YouTube
that's the other video that's going around that they're all claiming is UFO.
Yeah,
it looks like
right.
flares, but the flares are going out as soon as they're turning on. As soon as they're being dispensed,
Right.
flares like burning out 3 seconds later. A flare burns for like a long time, 5 minutes.
No, not all of them.
Why are they going out in like 3 seconds? I know I posted it in the chat if you want to look at that one.
I think you find they got multiple flares on a plane that some burn very quickly, and you got the chaff ones that spits out all like sparkles.
A flare has to burn for a long time because the flare has to separate from the aeroplane so that the missile goes towards the flare while the aeroplane banks to the left or banks to the right. The flare
but
has to burn for a long time. It cannot burn out in 3 seconds. Otherwise, the missile would go to the flare. The flare would burn out, and then the missile would just turn around again and fly towards the airplane and shoot it down. It's an electronic counter measure. ECM.
Did you actually do any research on that though? Because what I found out is they can set a timer on the flares when they drop it to come on at a certain time. Like when they do cluster flares, they can drop them and they don't ignite straight away. They let them drop and then the parachutes come out, and then they let them drop together, and then they turn them all on slowly.
The flares visible from an aircraft, even on windy days, these are designed for both day and night and burn for about 45 seconds at 15,000 candle power. 45 seconds. Do you see what I mean? They're designed to burn for 45 seconds to make the missile go off course as they bank the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So 3-second flares sounds weird. They don't have 3-second flares. They're
That'd
designed
be
to
like-
burn for 45 seconds, almost a minute.
That would be like close combat, I'd say, where basically they push the trigger and the missile launches and it hits the plane within 3 seconds. So that I think you've seen it on one of those recent movies. What was it called? The Top Gun one, where he was being trailed by 2 fighter jets and he was dropping stuff. I think you're mixing up your flares.
No, I typed in how long do flares burn from an aeroplane. They say 45 seconds.
Anyway,
that makes sense because
back.
it needs to detour a missile that's trying to hit it. It has to burn for 45 seconds to confuse the missile that's trying to hit the aeroplane.
Shortest burn time is probably what you want. Anyway, you stopped what I was doing, so I have to go back to it. You should have waited till I finished my other little bit I was doing. You jumped in again. Let's see.
I'm just trying to figure out if this latest video is flares because they're burning out after 3 seconds. Because it looks like a flare trail. I don't see the smoke coming off the top of the flares, and then they're like burning out 3 seconds later. Like what?
And that one says 10 to 20 minutes.
That's so. Yeah,
But
that's
I've never seen any burn for greater than 5 minutes. So there's flares, and then there's parachute flares, illumination flares. 40 seconds, which at least it says 40 seconds, but we know they go up to 5 minutes. And you can see that those ones are close.
That would rule out flares on those 2010 airport, Chinese UFO airport, because the lights are going out as quick as they're starting.
Well, they're not parachuted flares then in that case.
Yeah, but military flares would burn for at least 45 seconds to a minute, so they couldn't be military flares.
Here we go, 3 to 5 seconds. What's this one here? 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, burned for a short period. Okay, what they're saying: self-protection flares, magnesium pellets that when ignited burn for a short period of time, 3 to 5 seconds. So is that talking about on the body or planes though? So you do have ones that do burn for 3 seconds, or roughly 3.5 seconds.
But they're magnesium pellets, which would burn white, pure white, not orange.
So what?
Magnesium burns white. It's a pure white burn.
Okay, so we're not going to look up magnesium pellets because we know the burn time of them. This is the sort of question Leto would be good at answering, because that's all he knows. He's been trained on all that sort of stuff.
Metal Gaming rocked up. He says it's Chinese fireworks flares.
Oh, there you go. He's got
Metal
you.
Gaming.
Well, that's a possibility too. We can't discount what he said there, because they do like the fireworks in China, right? So they can shoot up a rocket, then shoots off something else that lasts for a 3 second burn on the tip. But yeah, let's just see if planes do have magnesium planet fighter jets. Let's see what comes up.
But if they were shooting fireworks, you would see the smoke coming off the burn. See the smoke? You can see the smoke trail coming off the burn, and that's a pure white light.
Yeah, but look how close the image is. Now you scale that down with a cloud, some cloud going through. You ain't going to see that little strip of smoke coming off it. Anyway, is magnesium used in jet engines? We want to know if it's used in plane flares. Have been used applications, so they do use it. Magnesium alloys components to ground vehicles, so they do use it on aircraft. It's saying there. Infrared decoy flares. There you go. Consistent of magnesium. There we go.
Oh my god, my video's got 8,000 views in China already. They love it.
So
yeah, but these lights are orange. The magnesium flare is white, so those lights would have to be pure white to be a 3-second burn magnesium flare.
Okay, here we go. This one here, if we can get to it. This is why we do research, and then we can explain it a lot better. What is the difference between flares and chaff? So I think what they're seeing was chaff, probably. Over the years, I've heard the two used almost interchangeably. Yep. Chaff is composed of millions of tiny aluminium or zinc coated fibers. Flares are used to distract heat-seeking missiles. Most are magnesium pellets ejected from tubes to ignite. So these are 3-second burn. There we go, solved.
It's white color. You're not looking at the evidence. It's a white color. Magnesium burns white. For it to be a 3-second burn flare, the flare has to be a white color. They're different materials burning, different color.
What does it say about the color range here?
You just posted a video of it. It's in white. I know magnesium burns white. Magnesium cannot burn orange. Because magnesium burns pure white.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they're not mixed it in with iron filings or whatever, or aluminium filings and make it red. To make it hotter. So that would be another research thing.
You can't, to make it hotter, magnesium burns at 2,000 degrees Celsius. It's not going to make it hotter. 2,000 degrees Celsius. What are you talking about?
We haven't done the full research on here. Mentioned in their comment that they are fireworks that aim to create a brighter thermal image. But maybe they add other chemicals to the mix, right? Which makes it different wavelengths to fool more types of missiles, right? Homing missile. So they must have different, as I said, they got pellets and they got the other ones that long lasting 5-minute drop ones on parachutes. Let's see. What can we look at?
They drop the magnesium pellets because they only burn for 3 seconds when the missile's too close, and they got to do it real quick. But if the missile's far away and they got time, they drop the 45-second 5-minute flares and launch them out because then they got time to turn away. They got two different electronic countermeasure scenarios.
Theoretically grey colour. We want to know the burn colour though. It does look kind of grey, doesn't it? Grey white powder. We want to know the burn colour. Burn.
It burns pure white. I know because I burn magnesium. I got a special tool that shave a magnesium block. I shave the magnesium block. I spark it up, and I can start a fire in wet wood. Magnesium burns white.
Yeah, that might be magnesium chloride as well.
What color is magnesium in a flame test? It says right there.
Yeah, red there. Magical colours of fireworks. See, strontium burns red.
See, there it is there. Look, there's a piece of magnesium burning. It's white. When you want a white color in fireworks, they add magnesium. They add magnesium.
Settle down. You're getting a bit loud in the headset here. Color of elements. Magnesium chloride. Looks like it's a blue there. I was hoping that was come up. Normally chocolate brown in colour. What's that one? Iron oxide. Green colour between. Silvery white. That's not the burn colour. I think they mix it with other stuff. Magnesium pellets, red flares. Let's see what comes up with that one. Oh, there we go. Victon decoy flare pellets. Infrared decoy flaming consistent of magnesium. There you go. Let's see what colour it is. No pictures. What's the read in there? Don't see any pictures.
Logic tells you magnesium burns white because they add magnesium to fireworks to get a white color.
Yeah, but then they mix it with all different other things to change the colors. Yellow, blues. Okay, so what do we got here? Countermeasure. That looks like it's red and white. And now one.
See, you can see the smoke. You can see the smoke coming off the flare, and that flare's far away, and that's a shit camera.
This one here.
You can see the smoke.
This one's close.
Coming off the flare. That's far away. Look, you can see the smoke. Look,
no,
this flare. Look, you can see the smoke. You can see the smoke coming off the flares.
No, it's not. It's way closer. Chaff. Again, you'd expect that to be white, but it looks like red. But also, atmospherics will change it. You know, can distort the color range. So those ones look sort of white, but they also got red tinge in it. That one's definitely white. And that's a lot of chaff. But we said chaff was made from something different. We're looking for flares. Is that chaff or flares there? That looks like flares being dropped there. Anyway, I think
chaff is lots of pieces of like foily metal to reflect the radar back.
Yeah, but we don't know what's the military flares. So it's probably like a top secret thing, is it? Magnesium, Teflon. Has it got some pictures on that one? No, it looks like that same PDF, is it? Technical report for probably trying to sell it to defense heads, right? Just noticed my microphone was a bit far away from my mouth. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think flares can be customized to be whatever color they need to be, right? But it makes sense that they would.
You don't put colors in flares. They just use materials to get certain things done to get the missile away from the aircraft. The missile doesn't know what color your flare is. The color of the flare depends upon the material that's burning, the chemical that's burning.
Exactly.
Different chemicals burn different colors.
So they probably dope it with other elements. And the main thing being magnesium, of course, and the other ones add in the other color frequencies.
Magnesium to make it hot enough, and that's magnesium's going to burn white. They're not going to add a colouring to their magnesium so their flares are colourful. That's just silly.
Are you an expert now on flares, are you? Military flares. Yeah, what do you guys reckon? You reckon I'm more correct?
How? Magnesium burns white.
So we know, we've confirmed they can burn 3.5 seconds. But the colour thing we haven't managed to confirm yet.
To burn 3.5 seconds, it has to be a magnesium flare.
Yeah.
You just proved that it's a magnesium flare, which burns white.
But if you sprinkle other elements in it,
they're not going to. What other elements?
Why won't it go backwards?
You're talking hypothetically. You haven't shown the other elements that they're sprinkling in the magnesium flares to create a different colour. You're just hypothetically talking.
Yeah. 3-second flares, colours. Let's see if that comes up with something. Oh, I'll spell it the American way. Red is coming up there. What do different colours mean? Red for emergency. Just purple flare, green flare. So that's talking about all the different flares out there. 3-second flares, military. All about flares for boaties. That's not what I typed in though. Here we go. Let's have a look. Commonly red, green, and white. Red is normally always distress warning. Green, yeah, but not for military. If the aircraft were incoming, there was unexpected danger. They'd fire a red one. But that's talking about ground flares, surely. Yeah, so that didn't really help us. Yeah, probably take some time to pin down what we're after here. Collision avoidance. See, they're talking about lead flares now. Where did I see that? Lead flares, there you go, look. Which is a new thing that's coming in. And that's why they could relight themselves, you see. If you had a lead flare, you probably can even remote control them and actually turn the flares on and off. But would it create enough heat? Probably not. That's why they've got to use chemicals still, right? But yeah, why would they use lead flares then? That's very interesting. I could see people would use them on boats, so it's like a torch, but planes, would they use them? Illumination flare, handheld signal, what's talking about there? Identify the importance of colour coding. Let's have a look at that one. Pyrotechnics. Why is it not coming up? I'm sure I clicked on it. What's going on here? Ah, right, so a bloody damn PDF again, is it? Yeah. Or something like that. Oh, that's a shame. Flare, high risk stock. Colour maroon. What's that one? 3 packs for high visibility, eco-friendly. Oh, yeah, Chinese always want eco, so maybe they turned it into maroon. what have we got here? 12 gauge parachute flares. So that's something fired from a gun. So I'd have to put military jets in, I think. Booties again. Oh, the 3 types of flare. Rocket, parachute, red. Multi-star flare, red. Hound flare, red. So they're all saying red there. But that's again for boats, isn't it? Even though I said jets and planes. Distress signals, flares have a lifespan of 3 years. Yeah. Looks like we're getting the same results back. Be out there somewhere. Maybe they won't tell you what the flare
This
colours
is the
are.
Out There channel.
Yeah, sometimes we just can't find stuff live and we'll spend hours looking for it. It's just not worth doing it. So you know how to do your own research on that. But yeah. Now you did post a link, since we're talking about flares, somewhere here. Was that it?
But the last link is like another video, and then there's another. There's like in this month they reckon 5 different UFOs have been seen in China in different districts.
Okay. Where's yes? They trick us with the blue one. So that looks like flares, doesn't it? Come on.
But they're going out after 3 seconds. Look at the
And
trail.
you can tell, yeah, look at all the smoke coming off them.
But look,
Yeah.
they're going out after 3 seconds.
So the Chinese have magnesium flares with some color agent to make them red.
With red cordial. Okay, I get it now. I don't know. This is the latest UFOs coming out of China. Everyone's going crazy. I'm just like, it looks. I typed in the comments. I actually typed in their comments. It looks like flares to me. I actually typed in the comments of the video. This looks like flares to me. I actually typed it looks like flares.
Yeah.
But then I was wondering, but flares have a 45-second burn.
Yeah, but what is the smoke
how
coming?
come these are burning 3 seconds after they've been dispensed?
Yeah, so if it's burning magnesium with what triggers it? Water. So it must mix chemicals in the burn thing inside, and it must produce magnesium oxide, right? So what you're seeing as smoke, is it really smoke, or is it just magnesium oxide being released? And is that a pollutant? Probably not. Is that is it smoke or chemical? Maybe I shouldn't say that one. What is the byproduct of burning? What do you call them? Pellet. Magnesium. Magnesium. Yeah. That's probably too many words for Google. It's probably come up with the same searches again. Yep, decoys. Infrared decoy. Magnesium. We did click on that one. There was no pictures, was there? Burning magnesium. It's pure form, silvery white. A brilliant white
We'll
colour.
be back in a minute. My mum just turned up and I've got to do something for the garden.
Oh, okay. Avoid direct viewing of magnesium. Water, powder. Yeah, what's the byproducts? I'm not going to tell you. Can't be any dangerous than what's in the train wreckage in America at the moment. I've seen some funny memes of that now. Bright parts of flare use magnesium oxide. Yes, gaseous. So they put gaseous in there. So it's not really a smoke, is it? It's like a powder. So that would get mixed in with the air, I'm pretty sure. So is that dangerous? It's got another PDF on it. Military and science people dislike the damn PDFs. What happened there though? So let's see. Magnesium oxide dangerous. Let's see what it says. Exposure to magnesium oxide can cause metal fume fever. This is a flu-like illness with symptoms of metallic taste in the mouth. That sounds almost like alien abductions. They talk about that, don't they? Where they put a probe in your mouth and they have this horrible taste in their mouth after. Headache, fever and chills. Chest tightness and cough. Sounds like corona. So yeah, it's okay to take magnesium oxide daily. Obviously you can get it in pills. Should not be used repeatedly. You certainly shouldn't breathe it in. Well, there you go. So I'd probably say it is a pollutant, but what does it break down to? Just probably goes down to the soil, drops down to the soil eventually with the rainwater, right? And gets diluted. So obviously drinking it's not going to be a problem because you get it in pills, but breathing it in would be the problem. So obviously it's up in the air, in the clouds, it's going to come down in a safer condition, right? So we can rule that one out being dangerous to the environment. Let's see. Naturally in the environment. And of course iron's in the soil everywhere too. So that would create, if they doped it with some iron to change it to a more of a red colour. Why would they do that though? Maybe to keep the hotness there for heat seeking, but to try and turn it into a red colour, which is harder for people to see it on the ground, which military people would use as a targeting thing, I guess, naturally in the environment. Yeah, so talking about metal oxide fume. Where is magnesium also found in nature? Majority of magnesium produced today is obtained from the calcination of naturally occurring minerals, magnesite, MgCO3 being the most common. Important sources of magnesium oxide are seawater. So that means if it's in seawater, people swimming around would be poisoned, but obviously it's safe in small amounts. Underground deposits and deep salt beds. There you go. I think they use that also in other things. But anyway, we're not here to learn all about sciencey stuff, but it's heading that way. Oh, so what happened here? Come up with some pop-up that's can't get rid of. Sub. Where's the play button? Oh, it's got some music on it. Where's the mute? So that looks like flares dropping, doesn't it? And it looks like those pellets.
Look like flares, but they look like Starlink. But they're like
no.
they're burning out after 3 seconds. Why they're burning out? Look, see the trail at the end. They're burning out after 3 seconds.
Yeah, so they're heat-sinking missile flares, aren't they? And you can see it, they're red, definitely red. What weapon there? Looks like it flipped past another next video or something. Yeah, 100% flares, isn't it? And the plane, if maybe you could zoom right into that and actually see a few pixels off the plane that's dropping it as well. But I'm not going to do that because those videos look pretty crappy. But we could spend some time trying to filter it, zoom in, and actually see something maybe in front of it. But yeah, that's going to be a bit tricky. Like I said, military use that for decoys or practice and all that sort of stuff. They talked about decoy flares, which is really decoy for heat-seeking missiles, but obviously it can be used to cover up things too, right? Like a UFO sighting. Yeah, so where do we get on to GUFON? Back to GUFON.
There's a warning that comes up on the screen if I start talking. It'll
There should be a warning on all his videos. Warning, warning, GUFON's about to talk. That's hilarious.
If it doesn't hear me. That's cool. It's already...
Yeah, you should go back to it and we should have a warning. Warning, GUFON's going to talk.
Oh, here we go. I want to get rid of this stuff.
This is someone that's totally clueless about technology and not actually doing a test run of the software before he goes live, and he wonders why things are not working on his show, right?
Oh, how do I do that? Now, yeah, I can't do
it's like
it.
me yesterday. I spent probably 5 hours mucking around with my avatars and voice modding thing to make sure it worked today, and it did. It worked flawlessly, right?
Now, damn it!
Damn it!
That's okay for one night. I hope it doesn't do it while we're showing videos. Let's see if that happens.
He's such a dork.
I'm gonna be angry at myself. Let's see.
You should be angry all the time at yourself.
What's going on? Let's see. I'm gonna be angry at myself. What did I do? What's going on? Let's see.
Now he's getting the Hall effect that they talked about at the very beginning. If you do this, you're going to get the Hall effect, and he still doesn't understand it's the Hall effect.
What did I do?
Oh, he's such a dork, this guy. I just love showing you this dork.
What just happened?
See, he hasn't got a clue.
Wow, this is getting weird. Hold on a second. Let me
He's an expert though.
Let me see if I share a screen.
He's 18 years expert. Now. He's an expert with handy cameras that no one uses anymore. He hasn't kept up with technology changes.
What did I do?
He's still going on. So I was going to clip some of that off and put it on the other video and this one here. But yeah, I just got fed up. You know, I spent an hour on it already adding to this. So I added on this bit, as you've probably seen already. I can keep adding to it over the years, I suppose.
Because I was told the next time I said that, I would be sued. I'm gonna sue everybody who calls me scamming.
So, at the end, I also add on some stuff here.
Sorry, we have ufology to talk about. Yes, that is true.
So I thought I'd do something different instead of the lion laughing that Cambian uses. But yeah, I think I should do more of those type of videos because that guy's just a comedy act. I I reckon he would be good. He's good at doing the fake voices and stuff. You know, he's good at doing some things. That's what people watch him, because they like him mimicking Cambian's voice, or what is it, Schwarzenegger, and all those other characters he does. I reckon he should just do a channel that does acts like that. You know, you could just do 10-minute videos instead of doing live shows on it, and just playing those instead. He'd probably get normal views and normal subs without having to buy them. So yeah, if you're not seen it anyway, you can get it from that link there. It's on my site anyway. I see not many people hit likes on the short one I did. If we go to the shorts folder, the shorts seem to get more views. So I'm doing lots more shorts from my videos. You're meant to do 2 a day, so I got a close-up of the Tyliar one, and I've got that one there with the mod. And oh, what, you got 12 likes on it now. Where did that come from? Must have been overnight, because it wasn't there the other day.
I tried to be quiet, but I really didn't want to. You think I want to sit there and go, I'm going to take the high ground today. I don't take high ground. The only time I take high ground is to get...
That's quite loud, isn't it?
Sorry. We have you found
My volume's a lot better than other people's, obviously. He should play that on his show. The Out There channel. The Out channel is still attacking me. Yeah. Yeah, I expose all frauds, and I've done Tyler one here too, but I should do, like I said, I should start to work on Blake Cousins ones. They'll definitely try and sue me. Even for a parody, even if I cartoon it. I don't even have to cartoon his one, it's fairly obvious that it's a parody, right? And you got Tyler. That's only got 2 likes on it.
Our guest. Tyliar Cockier has joined the Out There channel for an interview.
It shows what limits you have on the portrait for one-eye mode.
Hey guys, Tyliar here. Thanks to the Out There channel.
Channel.
Inviting me on.
I did that on purpose. Channel.
Story about creating hundreds of hoaxes or millions of dollars. Stay tuned.
And it's all truth. He did. He created hundreds of hoaxes and built up his channel in the first 2 years, and he got up to I think it was like 35,000 subs, which is quite a lot back in the early days. But he wasn't happy with that, so he started producing the leaker fakes that he did, and yeah, that sort of brought up millions of views on those ones. Not the Photoshop ones he did. They're like static photographs that he did. He used stock images and added in fake UFOs, but he won't admit to it, but he did. Because he never ever proved where he got from. And he claimed he sent one to MUFON, right? And he didn't even give the case number. Total bullshitter. So I tried to search on one where he said it was at Area 51. So I said, oh, there can't be too many MUFON reports where a house saw near Area 51. What would the closest house be to Area 51 anyway, when you think about it? But yeah, basically he actually edited a hubcap. I'm not sure if you've seen that one. I actually might bring it up. Hubcap. I figured it out. I was looking through lots of images, and I could see it looked like a hubcap for an old car. Hubcap. I wonder if I come up and search. No. Damn. Okay. Area 51 maybe. You can tell that he was claiming it was sent to him by a lady when he clearly made it, right? Hubcap 1, Area 51. That's probably not going to give it to me. Google is useless in searching your own videos. Oh, right, there's that one there while we're on the way through here. That's my enhancement of the so-called UFO that hovered at the gates of Skinwalker Ranch. And when I run it through some analysis, it actually looks like a drone off the Millennium Falcon. You can actually get these drones. They actually look like the Millennium Falcon. You can fly around. They got like high-res camera on it, and one that looks forward and one looks down. It makes sense that someone that wants to get an inside look of the ranch would fly a drone illegally through the property and make it look like a strange craft. Yeah, so that's the best I could do from the horrible image that he provided. He didn't provide us a link to the original photograph, so I took it from his high-res movie, and that's the best we could do of enhancing it. But yeah, I actually do show, I'm not sure if, I'll post a link to it anyway if you want to have a watch of that one. A drone. Skinwalker. They'll claim it was a small UFO, but these Millennium Falcon drones are quite large. If you see some videos I posted of them. Why is it not posting it though? It's just running really slow. There we go. I won't play that one here. I'm just trying to find that other one with the hubcap he did. It's pretty old. Going back a few years now. Been exposing them for a long time. No one's been listening. Well, only a handful of people, obviously. You're just jealous. Oh, I forgot to use that on you. On the thing. When we're doing the mimic of Tyliar. I was going to say, oh, you're just jealous. Because that's what you always hear from the frauds. They're just jealous. They're always digging us. Next time we'll try it again. Try it better. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. What other keywords can I use? That's ridiculous, isn't it? I go through every other video and it's not there. Oh, there we go. There we go, Area 51. There we go, that's the one. Okay, so let's have a quick look at that one while we're here. And I'll just skim through the intro. Hey, I was learning. I was learning to make videos back then. Don't harass me by my intro.
10 of alleged UFOs over Area 51 and also a TR-3B triangle UFO filmed. The first case is May 2015, 4 years.
Okay, you can tell my mic's pretty crappy back there. It was a cable mic, it only cost me $3. So you can actually produce content without having these great big huge microphones in front of you. I don't know what it is about having a huge microphone. It's like a attention seeking thing for these talking heads.
Years after he started his channel, and it's about a triangle UFO filmed in Chicago. Well, actually 3 photographs, he said. Although you can see that he hasn't provided a link to a Google Drive, so you can download the photos to analyze
See, I was
yourself.
onto his case
Most
back then
cameras
too.
have metadata. He hasn't shown the metadata to show.
So I bet if we got the original photograph of what he was claiming back here, the metadata would be all missing because it was made up with his Photoshop.
It was done by a camera, and not Photoshop. But I will analyze it and tell you the results in a minute of what
So this is 2017.
really is. The object's very hard to see. It's slightly darker than the night sky.
So that's a trick that he does, right? When he's ever made fakes, he always blurs it or makes it a bit darker. Well, he used to. He didn't do it for everyone, so that's why he got caught out pretty quick.
So he applied various filters to bring out the contrast and change the colours, and I did the same. However, I looked at it in greater detail and more zoom. Here are some of his enhancements. And already you can see it's a wee bit suspect because the black triangle is less pixelated than the surrounding sky, so it's not matching up with the same pixel compression as the rest of
Come on, guys, that looks like a cookie cutter, doesn't it? Eh?
the image. Is obviously added in After Effects.
And
too much.
you can see here, this is not even symmetrical on the craft, right? Even if you rotated it 3D in your head, you can see back then he was very amateurish with his Photoshop.
Detail already, and we haven't already done analysis on it yet.
Look, you can see he's claiming that's some sort of cockpit. Yeah, why would you have a cockpit that's not even centralized? Or some sort of motor that's not even centralized? That would spin around in circles.
For a low-level light snapshot. I first took the image into a graphic editor with some special filter controls where I could change the colours. So all the blacks, even though they look the same black, aren't the same black.
Oh yeah, so it looks to me like he's added some artificial cloud over top of the cookie cutter that he did, right? So altered the blacks slightly.
You can bring out the details of different blacks by sliding a thing across,
which is kind of funny that the edge should show up, which means really it's got to be done through editor, really, isn't it?
You can see here he's got
so yeah, I was trying to explain it. So I was trying to work out what that is. Looks like something that was purposely of a real object that was put out of focus, right? And he added onto the image. You can see here, look, it's been cookie cutted around. Well, I mean raised around, not cookie cutter.
blocky chunks within the image itself or on.
Yeah, you can see that it's really blocky, pixelated here, but not all of it
the
is.
edge of the image. It's very sharp and crisp. Remember that the lines are a wee bit wiggly because we're dealing with a triangle over top. To see that, you can see the craft wouldn't work because the angles are all wrong.
So that light's way over here, which is so wrong. We'll just zoom along on it, I mean. So I started looking at this image, what it could be.
Pattern reoccurring, it wasn't just...
Notice this one here kind of looks like a ceiling light. And I thought, it looks like there's a bar going across here. And we got various spotlights. So I reckon he got hold of an image of a spotlight system and sort of deformed it a wee bit to make it like an angle. And that's what he did. And I found a similar one right there. So he took something like that, blurred it, misshaped it, and stuck it as an engine on the cookie cutter thing. So I rotated the image around to show you where the bar is and where some of the lights are. So it's of a stage. Well, it looks like stage light, another spotlight, but it's probably not in the same rack, right? Anyway, on to the next one. He claims he sent this one to MUFON. That's him playing this video. We have submitted this case to MUFON, yet we couldn't find the case number ever. What a bullshitter he was back then.
But if they wanted to, which you can do because Google gives you free space to share.
If you submit it to MUFON, you would have got a case number and you would have put it on the screen, right?
For good reason, because he actually has created these images.
Oh, yeah, it's before I even come along this one, 2015. So what is he claiming here? On the 9th of March 2015, a woman named Carla Aldrazquez snapped 2 images of what she... Why didn't she do a video of it then? Of it flying away. She described as a silent, glowing, flying saucer that she claims appeared to her while outside of her house at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, I guess, because obviously it's night time in the morning, so it really means after midnight here. At first because you normally use 20 hours format, or you put AM or PM just to make it clear, right? At first she thought it was a light up drone of some sort. He's good at making these stories, I tell you. He wanted to be a movie specialist, effects artist, screenwriter, actor, movie producer, where he got his wish. He's got now 2 million followers watching his movie.
Himself to generate views, which equals cash flow. You would also think he would phone up the watch.
So I've been saying it for years, guys, but no one's been paying any attention to what I have to tell them.
One that's hard to see, but he gradually zooms in so you can see it larger as a blue.
So this is one of the photos she took.
Ring shape, and I then grabbed it frame.
Yeah, so you can see he's darkened it again, a bit like the other one. You can see that it's got spokes. That kind of looks like something of an old car, right? Where you got the air veins in between.
And put it through my various filters and change it to white and did a.
So he's done a close-up of it. It looks even more like a World Hub Cup cap, doesn't it? From an old car of some sort. I was trying to find out which one it was.
Search on the image, and the closest match I got was a skylight, or the best match was a car hub and cap and the rim of the tyre, and I did a quick edit to cut out the circle bit.
So I was just seeing again whether there's any obvious blocks in here that I didn't pick up when I first did it.
That I think it is a 1960.
There you go, guys. I did the search, but it took me about an hour to pin a photograph of some of these old hubcaps here. Look at this one here. It's not the right angle to what he's got, so we can't quite see the little dimples that are around it. But that one there is very close. So yeah, did I overlay it?
Of a car hub, and you can see a side by side.
So what I did is I did a rough Photoshop edge cut of it, which is probably what he would do here, but he probably spent more time on it. Or maybe it's one that didn't have all the extra around it. How much did I take off? But you can see it's got the same lines here, here and here, and it's also got ones in between, which you can't quite see on this photograph, which seems to match this one identically. 1, 2, looks like 1, 2, looks like the same angle. Next one looks like the same angle.
It's a hubcap. The hubcap of his grandpa's Fairlane.
Yeah, what kind of car was it? I don't know. But yeah, something like that, something really similar to that anyway.
I couldn't get the same.
Which is basically what Third Phase were doing, right? They were using car parts and throwing it up in the air, filming it, or whatever, or put it on fishing line, and then put it into Photoshop and edit it into background of it flying through valleys in Hawaii or whatever.
Angle, but you can see it's identical.
Yeah, so I was actually learning the software there. I could have tried to angle it back then, but I was still learning all the open source tools and stuff. But yeah, you can see I've come a long way since then. So I looked at possible ceiling lights, and there are ones that got fans in the back of them as well. 2017 though, there was less around then, but what did they say here in the comments? Oh wow, this UFO, my goodness. So effing real. So that's people that have been following for years, people. I wonder why are the UFOs lit up from the bottom? Yeah, why aren't they lit up on the top? Yeah, okay, so anyway. That was that one. But yeah, this is what I mean. There's plenty there exposing Tyler, and people's just not interested for some reason, I don't know. Anyway, we're done with the GUFON and the university one. GUFONY Uni. He's a phony uni. So yeah, I was doing some research on why my enclosure wasn't working at full speed, and turns out the cable's bad on it. So I'm trying to debate now with Chinese seller to get me a new one sent. So yeah, it's never ending. So even though the cable looks good, it's obviously bad because I tried it on all the ports I could, and I compared it to my SATA drive, which had just a standard USB, was doing like 100 megabytes per second. Yet with the new enclosure, with the memory card in it, it should be able to do up to 1500 megabytes per second, not 42 as it was given. It was giving us 42 megabytes per second, which is USB 2 speeds. So I was trying to find out whether what part of the cable would be wrong to drop down the speed on the port for the connection. But I couldn't find any information, technical information on that. Whether it was like a pin maybe not touching or resistance. It's a very short cable, about like 4 inches long. And of course, long cables are limited for high speed up to half a meter, is it? Not really long at all. So yes, so the shorter the cable, the better, obviously. So what I did is I had another enclosure coming, which was a SATA one, to put a SATA M2 in it. And the maximum speed they do is 620 megabytes per second either way, because that's a limit of SATA 3, I think. But it came with a new cable, but this cable was actually one with a USB 3.1 on it, or 3.2. No, 3.1, so it does up to 5 gigabits per second on that cable. And I thought, well, that would be a good test of this other enclosure, because we're only getting 42 megabytes. We should be able to get 600 megabytes per second. Connected the cable, plugged it into a USB 3.2 ports, which is meant to be 10 gigabits. And I got speeds up to 5 gigabits on it on the test software called Crystal Mark, which is free software you can download, and it writes files there and works out the calculations of the speed. And it was writing at 580 to 600 megabytes per second in both directions. And I thought, bingo. We know it's not the memory card in it. We know it's not the actual enclosure circuit board. It's a dang cable. That's the problem. So what I then did is I plugged in a USB hub into the USB 3 because this fast one's meant to use USB-C, which is in my manual says it's 3.2 10 gigabit speed. So we should have been getting the same speed on the other cable off that port, and we weren't. So I put the hub on, which then gives me 3.1 outputs, which is 5 gigabits per second, not the full 10 gigabits a second. So I've ordered another USB hub that supports 3.2, as they call it now. Originally it was called 3.1 Generation 2. Gets really confusing. So I come across this video here, which I'll play in a minute, which is kind of interesting too, that it can actually destroy your circuit board if you get a really bad cable, a cheap one from China. So yeah, I stuck this connector onto the hub, onto the USB-C port, and guess what? I got 600 megabytes per second each direction. So I'm probably going to have to make a video of that and put in the dispute just to get a new cable for that enclosure, just to prove to them what I'm saying. And if I do that, I'll probably upload it. That's what I said to him. I said, well, if you're not going to send me a cable, I'm going to put a dispute in through the normal system. And they'll want a video of proof, and if I make a video, I will be uploading it to my various media channels. So if they want bad publicity, they better action it. So every time they keep coming back saying, oh, did you use the right cable? And they keep coming back. It's like they obviously were not able to understand English, or they're using some sort of translator. And they were coming back with all this stupid stuff. Oh, but you should get 5 gigabits with the other cable. Yeah, I know this. I did. And the other cable was only 42. And so it's back and forth like this all the time. I think they do it on purpose because you only got like 2 weeks to dispute something. And that time runs out and then they can say bugger off, right? I know what the Chinese do. They're very devious like that. I just don't like how devious they are. If you went to a shop here and you bought something, you took it back and they said, oh, this is a bad cable, they'll probably connect it to the laptop and do a test themselves directly in the shop, right? And say, yep, let's try another cable. Oh yeah, there we go, it's working properly. And then just give you it. But when you buy stuff online, you go through all this hoops and hops. You know, what's the cable? You know, the product cost me $27 all complete, right? So the cable's going to be like $5 of the price, right? It probably costs more in postage to send it. But China bundles up parcels all going to New Zealand, and they get it really at cut down prices and all that sort of stuff they do, right? Wheeling and dealing with the post office around the world, so they get the cheapest deals. But yeah, this guy here reckons that he experiments with USB-C cables, and one actually blew up his device. So I'll just play a clip of it.
Move on is a comedy for cows, Metal Gaming says. Moo.
MUFON, you mean GUFON?
God bless you, Metal Gaming.
MUFON. GUFON, he means. GUFON is a comedy for, I don't know, Grandma Dottie. I don't know. There's certainly a comedy for us anyway.
You might have seen this type of charger on some of your newer devices. It's a USB-C cable. USB-C is great. It can
Yeah, I wish he didn't have music though.
transfer data, power, video, audio, and it's not limited to one manufacturer like Apple's Lightning cables. Finally,
I'll just keep pausing it just in case it's copyrighted.
a universal connector has arrived. But wait a minute. How come this USB-C cable costs so much more than that one? And why does this cable transfer data and
5 gigabit speed. What's he got there? 480. Yeah, that's 5 gigabits, isn't it?
Power slower than that one. How can two cables that look identical?
So this is a problem. So that's USB 3.2 as they call it. And not all of them can handle 5 amps. Most of them handle only 2 amps or 1 amp or maximum 3 amps, but none 5 unless it says so on the adverts.
Identical? Be so different. Even though it's been around for a few years, there's still a lot of confusion surrounding USB-C. It was supposed to be a universal connector, bridging to...
So I've bought lots of cables over the year, and there's a lot of crap cables, like he's saying. I've bought a USB 3 extender cable, and it doesn't work. Power's power, but it doesn't do data. And it never said that on the ad, so I wasted like $12 on those ones, but they got the blue connector and everything, right?
Together phones, computers, power supplies, and accessories.
So it makes sense to use the USB-C, but I find it's too small. It's not just... They need a big version of the USB-C. They're cramming like 24 pins, isn't it? And of course, there's a reason why they make it small, because it has less... is it capacitance or something like that? Something to do with resistance anyway, and it can transfer at higher speeds. If you have bigger contacts, apparently you can't go at higher speeds. I think it might be in this video actually.
But there's one big issue holding it back. The USB-C name refers to the physical shape of the connector, not the protocol. Even though two cables can have the same physical connector, what's happening on the inside can be very different.
So the problem's not been solved by going USB-C because of this problem, right?
Call or specification determines what the cable can transfer and how fast it can send it. A USB-C cable can be limited to either USB 3.1, 3.0, or 2.0 speed.
Well, also 3.2 they call it as well now, 10 gigabit. But they broke up 3.1 into Generation 1 and Generation 2. Generation 1 being 5 gigabit and Generation 2 being 10 gigabit. Talk about confusing, huh?
Some USB-C cables are USB 3.1 Gen 2 cables. This means
there you go.
they could transfer an HD movie in about 5 seconds, around 10 gigabits per second. But you can also have the USB-C cable that is as slow as the ancient USB 2.0 spec. Transferring that same HD movie would take almost 2 minutes at a speed of...
So that was what was happening with my enclosure cable that I got.
480 megabits per second. Using the USB-C cable,
I wasn't even getting that. I was getting USB 1 speed, I suppose. I don't know.
Charges your Android phone probably won't be as fast.
Alright, but he's talking about bits here. So 480, not megabytes. He was talking about bits, wasn't he? Let me just go back. This is another thing you got to be careful of.
Using the USB-C.
Okay, he's talking about megabits. So you have to not 480 megabytes. That's 480 megabytes per second to megabits per second. Let's see if there's a calculator that comes up. So I was getting not quite 5,000 megabits per second, but 4,000. Okay, but that was going through a hub. But yeah, so if you say megabits, you got to use the capital M to that one there. Megabytes per second. Looks like Google gets rid of the capital M though. Let's see. What's going on there? That's not right. It's megabytes as we said. Okay, let's do that. So we got 480. Why was it not? Where's the input? Now it's let me do it. 60 megabytes per second. I wasn't even getting that with the cable. So that's USB speed, right? That's a big difference in speed differences, and you got 10 gigabits now. So what's that? Can we change that to even higher? So what's 10,000 is it? Megabits per second. There's 10 gigabits. Have I got it right? Gigabits, yeah. So that's why it copies a movie in 5 seconds, right? HD quality. Looks like we've lost Gabber. So yeah, 1,000 megabytes per second. So if I get a proper cable for my USB-C, I should be able to get 1,000 megabytes per second on that enclosure. So there you go. So these are all the calculations you got to do. I don't know why they don't talk in megabytes, because everybody understands megabytes per second nowadays. Everyone keeps talking about megabits, and I think it just confuses things.
Cable that charges your Android phone probably won't be as fast as the one that came with your new external hard drive. To make things more confusing, some USB-C cables can be used with a second monitor, while others aren't capable of sending a video signal at all. You could easily end up stranded if you mix up two different cables. And things can get even more complicated when you're using adapters to change from USB.
Yeah, I got a few adapters and not all of them are really good.
USB-C to another connector, like the headphone jack. Not all adapters are created equal. A headphone adapter that came with one phone isn't guaranteed to work with a phone from a different company. Okay, so
isn't that the truth though? Yeah. And Apple's worst, isn't it? And Samsung.
Data might transfer slower, or you might mix up two different cables. But what's the harm? Well, USB-C cables are also responsible for transferring power. The stakes are much higher when you're relying on a cable to send the correct amount of electricity to your device. Many smartphones and laptops can charge over USB-C, but the amount of power that these cables can deliver isn't necessarily the same.
Okay, you can see some of the cables are a lot thicker. Obviously, they can take more heat, more current, and some of them are really thin and would be limited number of amps on it, right? So, yeah, so if it's a nice thick cable, you can say probably it's going to be 5 amps. If it's a skinny cable, then don't take a risk with heavy amperage things, because it can be 1 to 5 amps, right? You think though they would have circuit in the connector that stops overcurrent, so for the cable. So, but you can see that the Chinese don't always put this protection in the connectors, and the motherboards on the device might be tricked by the cable and think it can deliver lots and damage your motherboard.
In some cases, a laptop can require almost twice as much power as a smartphone. The consequences of using the wrong cable can be much worse than a slower charge. If you happen to connect a USB-C device to your laptop that draws more power than the port can deliver, there's a chance that port could stop working entirely. In 2016, a Google engineer tested several off-brand USB-C cables from Amazon. One cable even caused his Pixelbook to stop working. Since then, he has continued to review dozens of cables from Amazon and continues to find cables that do not perform as advertised. But why would companies like Google and Apple support a connector that can cause so much damage? USB-C cables are supposed to have safeguards put in place to prevent damage. If they're used on a
So that's not good, is it?
That doesn't support their maximum power draw.
Little tiny circuits they have in it, but yeah, it's not always going to be happening. So it's all a bit of a risk still. It's like the Wild West of cables and connectors. USB dangers. USB-C. So I thought I'd just share that one. Oh, he's back again. Where'd you go? Whoa. Is that
Network died.
Oh, died again. You need a new provider. Let's see. What am I sending to you at the moment? And I'm not even doing one. Upload speed is 0.5 megabyte a second at the moment. Going to you and Google at the same time. And download.
The men in black are outside the front of my house.
Yeah, I'd say if you could change your bloody ISP. Oh, look, your image is gone now. It's crashed. Oh no, it's back again.
The men in black, they've got a black van. They're parked out front of my house.
Oh, you're a racist. You're not allowed to call them black men.
They're men in black. They wear black clothes. I got a black t-shirt on. Look, I got a black t-shirt on.
Yeah, does it say men in black?
Go woke, go broke.
Yeah, it is Disney. Yeah, there's been a few shows on TV where the wokeness is over the top. But yeah, there was a good comedy on, what was it called? It's got Han Solo in it. What's his name? Harrison Ford. He's actually really, really good in it. He's quite, plays a believable character. Totally out of his normal line of stuff he normally does, like Indiana and Star Wars, right? What's it called? It's called Shrinking. Go and check out the first couple of episodes on it. It's quite good. Basically, it's a comedy that a shrink finally gives in and tells the patients the truth about their problems. Like a woman's always going on about her husband, and he tells her to leave him and go and live with his sister and take the kids, and so she does, and then he gets in trouble with the boss, which is his dad, which is Harrison Ford. But yeah, so it's not a bad show. But then they have, it's like it has a Chinese person in it, like the shrink's married to a Chinese lady, so they got a Chinese grandkid that talks to Harrison Ford, and then you got a black guy that likes beating up people, and talk about stereo, ex-military guy, and he fixes him up by telling them the truth that he needs to get his anger out in a boxing ring, so he takes him along to a boxing ring, and then his co-worker is a black lady, and then his ex-best friend is a gay man. So they got the whole shebang in there, you know, they're covering the diversity thing. And this shows through all the time. Why do they have to do that sort of thing? You know, they go overboard, you know. It's no problem having Asians and black actors in it, but why do they always have to throw in LGBTQ stuff as well? I don't know. But yeah, it's still funny, and it's well worth checking it out anyway. And it's done by Apple. What's the other thing that's on at the moment? There's a sci-fi called The Ark. I thought, you know, it's got a bad rating of 4 out of 10. I didn't think it was deserved that. I think it's quite well. Some of the acting in it's a bit dubious in it. Yeah, I suppose if I'm talking about it, I should actually bring up the thing about it. So the other thing was called Shrinking. Let's see, it comes up. And you got these actors in it. Harrison Ford. His daughter there, I think it is. His co-worker, and this is a guy that likes beating up people. And was he playing the gay man? That one there? I'm not sure. He was playing a gay man. But yeah, it's well worth checking out. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. I was trying to find the movie database link for it. I would play a promo for it, but I've been done for copyright claims of promos even. It's kind of ridiculous. And even if you counterclaim it,
Where's
they
the
don't.
arc?
Shrinking.
The
Yeah,
arc.
I'm going to do that one in a minute. Let's put movie database on it. I think it's got a fairly high rating on it, actually.
That's a TV series, the arc.
Yeah, and this one is too. It's quite good though. 7 out of 10. It's not bad. Harrison Ford. It's good to see Harrison Ford doing something different. Yeah. So I just downloaded 5 of them and just watched them straight through. They were actually quite good. But yeah, what's the other one? The Ark. The acting, some of the acting in it is a bit low grade, but the effects in it are pretty good. How do we search on this? Where's the search thing?
From the producer of Independence Day.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think it's got a lower rating than it should have. Is that the one? Yeah. It's got this geeky person on. Again, it's, the wokeness is there. Unfortunately, it's got all sorts of racism, race people in it. Racism, not race. Black people, Asians, nerds, nerd female. I think it might have had gay females this time, not gay men in it. But anyway, it's got the whole shebang in it. But it's not too bad again, and it's got such a low rating, which I find a wee bit sad because I thought it was quite good. But some of it was, you could see the scientific flaws in it, in some of it. If you look too hard, if you want to be really critical about it. But yeah, I won't go over them because it will probably spoil it for you.
It's like a science fiction horror survival show.
Yeah, basically, something happens to the craft and some of them get woken up because their capsule fails. Yeah, hibernation capsule, which again is fast-fetched research in the future because we haven't got anything similar to that at the moment. What was it?
Dr. Sala said they found sleeping giants in stasis chambers.
Did he? Seriously?
Yeah.
Where's the pictures?
They've been asleep for like 1,000. They've been asleep for 1,000 years.
Has he got the video of it?
There's one video floating around with like a blue-colored skin giant they found.
Yeah. CGI with some filters added to it. What was the other thing that I was checking out?
What if it's a real sleeping giant that's been asleep for 1,000 years?
Yeah, just trying to think of some of the good movies that are on at the moment. What was the latest ones? Just trying to think because I did post them on Discord. I can't even think of the names. I enjoyed the movies though. Airplane, plane. It's called Plane. Good action one. Go and check out that movie. You enjoy it if you like action. Again, there's a wee bit of wokeness in it, but it's not over abusive in the wokeness, like some of the TV shows are. And yeah, both these guys, the black guy here and what's his name? Excellent actors. He's obviously the black man's playing a military guy that went.
You can't say black guy on YouTube. It's technically colourful, rainbow challenged human being.
Oh, what did I call him then? Not that.
Black guy. You said it's the black guy. You got to say it's just colourfully challenged, rainbow, beautiful person.
Do I have to say American African or what? I don't know. Anyway, The
You
black
can't call
guy's
him a guy. What if he's a transvestite?
Oh,
Can't say guy or
Jesus.
girl anymore. There's
Black
131 different sex genders in America now. 131 different sex genders.
Well, I wouldn't want to. This guy is muscle bound. I wouldn't want to call him black female or black ginger neutral or whatever, because he'd probably bash me up. But he's an excellent actor in it, and so is this guy. What's his name? I should tell you down here. Gerard Butler, was it? Yeah. I thought he was excellent. And this one, Mike Colt, never heard of him before. Let's just check out on him. What other stuff has he been in? Luke Cage, Men in Black 2. Oh, there you go. Is that? No, that can't be it. What movies he been in? What's those ones down there? Evil. Carter. Are those ones he's been in? I don't know. I don't understand this. Black and Blue. Yeah, he's pretty good anyway. He's meant to be like a killer that they're transporting on the plane, which I thought was like a typical thing to cast a black man as, but he actually ends up being a good guy. So, not to ruin it too much, you can watch the trailer if you want to. So I recommend that one. It's a good night to relax with.
Yeah, it looks like a good show.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I wouldn't say it was B grade. I wouldn't say it was A grade.
The CGI in it's a little bit B grade-ish.
It's not too bad. I've seen a lot worse. A lot of worse movies that are a waste of time that you wish the time you would have got back on it. But yeah, the Ark one's not too bad. It could be better. What was the other one that came out that was damn good? Watched a couple of good ones this week. Let me just check Discord to refresh my memory. What you posted to me on Discord, did you? I have to log in Thunderstorm. Oh, right, that was last night's comment, was it? No. Oh, right, you have to reset up. Okay. Yep, we got that past that. Yeah, we got a TV and movie sections here. Recommends. And of course, another one is Last of Us, which is quite good. I think it's better than Walking Dead. I don't know, I seem to get off on Walking Dead, seeing zombies being killed. I suppose it's just to build up tension for doing UFO stuff all the time. You need to see some zombies being their heads split open or something. Thinking it's a GUFON, picture of GUFON, yeah. Yeah, he's a zombie, he's a living zombie. Why can't I see the TV section? Where is it gone? There it is, no? There it is. Hey, what was the movie? I haven't watched yet, but the menu movie sounds like it might be an interesting one, where they go and get served suspicious meat. So I've yet to watch that. It's going to be a comedy though. Oh right, the other one is Megan. It's about artificial intelligence. So I'll just type that one in. I thought it was going to be a wee bit too cheapy and nasty, but it's actually well done. Not the menu. Megan. Spelt with a 3 instead of an E. There we go.
There's a new Alien movie coming out.
Oh, there's always new movies coming out. So it makes this creepy doll.
The trailer for it.
And what's the new movie called then?
Alien Convent.
That sounds like, you mean it's like the normal Alien franchise?
Yeah,
movie.
from Aliens.
Because they sort of went downhill a wee bit. I think the last best one was the Predator vs Alien one, where they go inside and they get trapped inside. and it's like a experimental hunting ground for the Predator to shoot aliens inside. Well, I don't know what creatures you call them though. So
Haven't you seen
Megan,
this movie already?
Robot Girl.
This is December 22nd, 22.
So this movie is a bit
Alien
like
Convent.
this movie is
that
really
was already
current.
came out.
Yeah.
Covenant. I thought
Yeah,
that
I
already
thought that-
came out. Or was that was
yeah.
Prometheus? That was Prometheus. wasn't it?
I don't know. You're
That
telling
was
the story.
Prometheus. This is the new one, Covenant.
You dived in over top of me again. So this one here,
Nah, this has already been out.
a girl
fake.
loses her family, and she ends up living with this toy maker that uses AI and toys to talk to the kids. But she's been on the secret mucking around with high and AI intelligence learning programs, and she was building this robot in the laboratory in secret, and it goes wrong, and then she gets this kid because she's the godmother or whatever from the after the girl loses her parents, and she comes into a workshop and sees the robot, and she said it would be good if it had a human face on it, so she develops it into this character here, and it starts self learn, and of course it goes wrong in a big way. So yeah, go and check that one out. And Alien, what was it?
It's called Alien Romulus. It just started. They just started filming it this month.
When's it meant to be due out then? Romance? No.
I don't know, 6 months, 12 months after they film it, isn't it?
Untitled project.
Alien Romulus.
I typed in Rom and only got romance.
ROMULUS, Alien Romulus.
Rom or Rum?
ROMULUS, Romulus. Rom.
Yeah, spelt in Rom. Read only memory.
Romulus.
Yeah, it's not coming up in their database yet. Resurrection, that was
Alien
1997.
Romulus.
Yeah, I already got that, but it's not coming up in the database. Let's see.
It's on YouTube.
Are you sure it's not a fake one?
No, it's over every website. Over every website is reporting it.
Here we go. There's an upcoming film.
It just started filming in February.
Alien franchise? Oh, they use my word. That is set to be directed by Fede Aviles and will be released on Hula. So yeah, will it be any good? Because it's been gradually going downhill.
It's not going to be as good as the original. They always mess up the sequels.
Okay, so there's all the movies. Predator was definitely the top favourite for me, and also the Alien vs Predator one. But after that, it just went flat.
They were just recycling garbage. They didn't bring anything new to the table.
I don't think I really liked that one much either. Is that the one where they discover a crashed the alien ship on the planet that actually was meant to be...
Or something, yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah.
I think Alien Convent was like Prometheus 2 or something.
Yeah, which one was it now?
Prometheus 2.
Well, that was 2012, that one. What was that one there? I get confused now. What was that
Alien
one?
Convent is the sequel to Prometheus 2. So Alien Convent is basically Prometheus 2. They just called it Alien Convent.
And I thought the first one wasn't particularly good, and I thought this one was really bad. Right, yeah, that's what it says here.
I liked Prometheus. Prometheus was really good.
Did you? I thought it was amazing. I didn't really think it was that great.
I liked it. They had the engineer, and he's trying to kill everyone on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see if they can make a better one. But I reckon Robot Head will probably give a good review of it. In fact, if you typed in all these movies, you might have a listing for it. Robot Head is an Australian guy with real sarcasm. And he speaks his mind. He calls a spade, and he calls that wokeness and all that sort of stuff. Because you don't... It's like they're force-feeding it to us now, you know, and... rather than focusing on a good script and good actors, they're trying to focus on all that sort of stuff, you know, which we don't need. We don't need it. Yeah, Robot Head. I think it might be one word. Let's see. Does he come up? He's had a few strikes apparently, where he's careful on some people that he reviews because they won't release the strike without going to court over it. And so Robot Head, I don't know if he did reviews forever, but yeah, you can see Star Wars movies are finished. So yeah, and James Cameron, he goes on about, so here he is, James Cameron cancels Terminator. That last Terminator was so terrible though, wasn't it? That was so woke, it totally ruined it, where he's in the kitchen cooking and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. It really was. Yeah, so let's see, Alien. Try that first. Has he got reviews? Because I only found him out a few years ago. I didn't bother going back in history. I suppose a lot of his ones are going to have Alien in it. Maybe he's fairly new to it then, because they're the only ones with Alien in it. Let's come up with Alien. What's the other spelling? I closed it down. How do you spell prof? Blah, 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 whatever it's called. Alien. Is it pro? How do you spell it? What's going on here? Combat Prologue. Alien Project. It must be that one then. Alien vs Predator. Prophecy. Where's the other one? That's weird. Huh? Why is it not there? Starts with P, doesn't it? That's really weird. Let's see, it should have more here, shouldn't it? Huh? Redemption? I don't remember that one. A short. Oh, right, okay. Alien Psychosis. Alien Predator War. So these are all like offshoot of the original, isn't it? All these cheap directors, because they're trying to use the same name. Oh god. Where was the... How'd you spell it? I can't remember. I can't visualize it in my head now. Let's bring up the fan dome because I had it. Where's the spelling for it? Where did we find it all? Here we go. Here's a list of them. That one. Prometheus. That's how you say it. What does that actually mean? I think it meant something. Copy, search. What does it actually mean?
Prometheus. Ancient
Greek
Greek
mythology.
Titan god of fire.
That's what it says there. So...
Is the god that stole fire and gave it to humanity or something?
Oh. Okay. So that's kind of a strange name to use. What was I doing? Alright, I was meant to search on that word. I wasn't sure how it was spelt.
Prometheus, the god that stole fire and gave it to humans. He's making an alien story. He's giving the alien story, stole the alien story, and is telling the humans.
No,
truth.
he doesn't. He didn't do a review of it, so I think his reviews are pretty new then.
Robot
So,
head.
so what did he do before he did reviews? He's got a lot of subscribers. He did a really good Bob Lazar one, that's for sure. So he only started in 2018. So it just shows we're in the wrong business. Ufology. And he's started 2 years after me, and he's already got 338k. So I just wonder how many strikes and claims he got over the years, and how he got round all that. I suppose he can afford his own lawyers now. So yeah. So I'm not sure. He hasn't got a playlist, has he? Movie reviews or something. Shorts? Oh, he has. He's only got 19. Star Wars. Unless he's not adding to it, right? So when did he do his first one? Let's have a look. I don't actually want to play it. I just wanted to go. So I'd say the bottom one would be his oldest. Did he start in 2018? Star Wars. Looks like it's only recent then, isn't it? 2018. So those other movies, 2017, 2012, he hasn't done them. He should go back in time and start doing them, because he's really good at doing it. I suppose he needs current ones, because people won't be searching the new ones maybe. But now he's popular. It shouldn't matter, should it? Yeah, anyway. Enough on movies to check out. There's one last thing with this one here on Lucy, which I thought was quite interesting. I'll just play a clip of it.
Both groups have an interest in space and the Earth's orbit. A catastrophic collision.
So it's about a probe they launched to go and study meteorites and asteroids, is it? In the belt. He talks about that startup with, and it loses. It doesn't deploy the solar cells properly. I'll just skim over it here.
Through the dark silence of space. Nothing could be going on that was that dangerous or noteworthy, right? Think again. Lucy had been fighting for her life and has been performing dangerous maneuvers for the last year. I'm Alex McColgan, and
oh yeah, so apparently to get it to spin out into space, they get really close to Earth, which goes inside a lot of the satellite belts around the Earth and debris. So it could have easily gone terribly wrong and had debris coming down over countries, right? But yeah, lucky enough they know what they're doing, NASA. And they spun it around Earth and back out into space on these different orbits. It's quite a good
1906
breakdown.
had only hypothesized their existence, and almost all of them, nearly 4,600 asteroids to date, have only been spotted since the year 2000, as our instruments improved. Many more may still be out there, just wait.
So they sent a probe out there to look at these ones here. And it talks about how they would use gravity the gravity wells around the planets to spin into bigger orbits without having too much fuel. And it talks about the strange, you know how I was talking about flexible solar cells? Here we go for time anyway. I'm just making a makeshift dinner for myself tonight, so probably won't get asked. But you can see here how flexible these solar cells they've got on a special cloth here. So they wrap it up and so it can fit inside a SpaceX rocket nose, right? But in space it didn't unravel properly. I think he's got a picture of it here. So it is the SpaceX. Is it a Falcon 9? Basically it unravels like this. And they didn't. They got some sort of pull cable and pulleys that sort of got jammed up. And,
latch broke or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a latch or stuff, but that's what it was meant to
saying
look like.
something there. The latch broke and it didn't fully extend.
So yeah, so they didn't have it fully extended on this one here, and it needed to be fully extended because it's going to be so far away from the sun that these have to be quite big and fully open to be able to keep charging the batteries apparently. But what they did is they did some crazy maneuvers by shaking the craft with engines, and somehow they unlodged the pulley or whatever, and they managed to close it from there to there, which they worked out would be the minimum they could keep it working. Else it would have been abandoned, I suppose. But anyway, goes through it all in detail, what they did, and then
dive came additional danger. Because of the influence of mankind, there are now 47,000 satellites and pieces of orbital debris circling above us in space. Lucy would need to safely get past this cloud of potential hazards. Of course, space is large, and the odds of hitting something are relatively low. However, they are not zero. The International Space Station had to change orbit 31 times since 1999 to avoid collisions. And with a number as high as 47,000 different objects, it's difficult to track everything. Just a single missed satellite in the wrong place at the wrong time could intercept Lucy, causing a catastrophic collision. NASA had...
So how's all those UFOs miss all that as well? If they're coming from outer space, right? So yeah, this is why we look at these science ones as well, because it all wraps into the bigger picture of ufology, doesn't it?
Had to start scanning the skies in the days before Lucy's arrival to get
Hawaii using their laser
up-to-date information of what was now there and what might prove a threat. If there was so much as a 1 in 10,000 chance of something hitting Lucy, NASA would need to change Lucy's course. Help came from an unusual source. The newly formed US Space Force, founded in late 2019,
the UFO
had
connection.
started cataloging and monitoring objects moving through this area. Both groups have an interest in space and the Earth's orbit, and share a mutual desire for no big collisions to take place up there. Working together, they were able to plot a safe path for Lucy.
I'll do my own.
Lucy crossed our skies on October 16th, 2022. It was visible to observers in Western Australia, briefly shining more brightly than the International Space Station in the sky.
Okay, so did you film that, Gabber?
What?
I said it was in Australia. You could see it in Australia, the bright lights.
What bright light?
Well, they said it lit up the skies. So I'm just wondering if that's
cloudy
what you filmed.
here and raining all the time. I never get to see anything.
Well, they said you could see it with your eye, didn't he?
I can't see nothing through a cloud.
Yeah, but what year was this? When did you start filming the sky?
2 years ago.
When was it first launched? 2019, was it? Would have been the time that you started spy watching.
I've only filmed 2 years ago, 2021. Anything below 2021.
Oh, right, here we go. 2022 here, October.
Yeah, it was cloudy and raining.
In West
Here we go. Listen to
Cloudy
this.
and rainy. It's cloudy and rainy.
Australia, briefly
He's talking about Western Australia. Okay.
shining more brightly than the
I'm not in
International
Western
Space
Australia.
Station
That's
in
the other side of the
sky
planet.
before it passed into
Okay, so you would have seen it if you're on the western side of Australia. Okay.
Earth's shadow and disappeared from sight. For 20 minutes, it remained completely hidden from view. Then, this time over the western United States, it re-emerged before soaring off into space once more. Lucy used the opportunity to take a photo of the planet, and specifically Ethiopia, as it flew overhead. The original Lucy was a fossil of a human ancestor, over 3 million years old, which was found in Ethiopia in 1974. The Lucy spacecraft was named after this fossil, as a reminder of its own mission to find the fossilized remains of our early solar system. This time not bones, but asteroids. That being said, when naming Lucy, NASA weren't completely above referencing the famous Beatles song, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, as they put a disc of lab-grown diamonds on one of Lucy's scientific instruments. For science.
Anyway, I thought that was quite a well put together episode here. You can go and watch it properly. I'll post it down the side.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
So I didn't know anything about Lucy and how close it got to the planet Earth to bounce it out into space and where things could have gone wrong. Lucy to study meteor belt, I suppose. We got Blue Chicken arrived.
Hey, Blue Chicken.
Seen Corey good lately? Are your shorts? Hey, leave my shorts alone.
Only in Corey Good's imagination, when he meditates, he sees the blue chickens.
Your shorts helping your subscriber counts. They haven't seen my shorts. It might help some subscribers. He means short videos. Yeah. Definitely getting more views, not necessarily subscribers, but I think maybe I got 10 or 20 overall. Stats wise, that's a good question though.
I spammed my UFO videos in Twitter for like a day during all the commotion about the UFOs being shut down in America. I got like 250 views in one day. I just spammed everyone's Twitter comment. Everyone. Yeah.
So if I go to my studio.
You need to spam Twitter. Just spam Twitter with all your videos.
Oh, I lost another sub, guys. Anything when you ever talk about Tyliar, you always lose subs. I don't understand the mentality out there. Or GUFON now. GUFON is like
I don't understand. I don't understand your mentality. When you lose a sub, you blame it on Tyliar. Why is it all Tyliar's fault?
Because I only lose subs really like this because I was 99 is when I do Tyliar stuff.
How do you even know if it's a legit sub? What if it's just Tyliar just like subbing, resubbing, subbing, unsubbing just to piss you off?
So normally you can look at your stats here and it actually tells you the likes and the list of videos that are most popular at the moment. Oh, so they must have got someone must have broadcast the short, or Google did, because look, I got almost 500 there, 480. So that's a short. You can see the shorts compared to the regular episodes, which are not portrait. Hardly get any views, 59. Here's another short though, which I don't know why that didn't get more. Works out, what was that one? 3D photo of the balloon, right? The pilot balloon that they're calling an Acorn balloon. I'm not sure why that got low, because somehow they worked it out was actually a UFO related video, so they don't broadcast that one. But this one up here, saying Goofoni Uni and all that, obviously they didn't detect that as UFO related or alien related, right? This one here, most of these reviews are from my own social media, but you can see the shorts do get a lot more views. And I think we can look up more. How do we look it up? That one there, is it? And that's all the uploads I've done in shorts, all these ones here, right? Oh, what UFO channels bring up their studio and show you things? I don't know. It must be only it does it, right? Does it live on the screen. But I know there's no personal information here. So here you can actually see the dislikes too. There's one. Someone come along and gave us 2 dislikes. So that's got to be GUFON and Diane or someone like that, or Sac Dcast. Yeah, but yeah, that one has got 12 likes on it, which is pretty low, but it must have come from them advertising while I was sleeping last night. But you can see the shorts overall, if it's anything about UFOs, doesn't barely break over 50. See, 9 views there. UFOs, all 19, 20. That's all from my own promotions. Nothing. Oh, here's one over 100. So that one there, it's got to be promoted by a thing. And what is it? Tyliar Roo, the dog video. So nothing to do with UFOs. So that one's got promoted. This one here was a music thing I wrote, and I put some graphics, PD graphics. That one almost got up to 100, so that one got wee bit promotion. 105 here. Sony Starlight camera. Again, you see no mention of UFOs in it, and it's got up to the 100. But not thousands. Another one with the camera. For some reason, they only got 19 views. I don't know why, because I didn't use UFO in that one at all. Another one here. 4 of the Chinese images. Again, it's talking about UFOs. Only 20 views. So you can see there's a bias in Google, right? And this one here. Pilot story keeps changing. Only 8 views on that one, and only 1 like. 2,000 views. That's the highest one I've got yet, I think. And we got the usual 2 dislikes on it, but 26 likes on that one, and that's one plane captured on Sony night vision. No mention of UFOs on that one. Gets put out there. That one there, interesting night view of blue sky. Okay, so that one should have got a lot more than that, because I don't think it was, but I think I may have taken it off something. No, there's no mention of UFOs on that one. That one there, I don't know why I didn't get any views. The balloon UFO one, 19 views, 14 views, 12 views. Again, they're all to do with UFOs. 74, which one was that one? Alien hand. I'm not sure how that one slipped through, but I didn't put UFO in it. I just put alien hand in it. So that almost got up to 100. Go to the next one. Go down. That one there can't be anything on UFOs. And sure enough, how to add context menu to what's that one say? Something rather. And again, next one. Fix slow Chrome. You'd think that one will get into the thousands, but you see that's me talking about Chrome being slow. They're not going to let me promote that, are they? They're not going to promote their browser's a bunch of crap. Here's one for 619 views. Modern security camera. Nothing to do with UFOs again, but one above about UFOs. Not even 100. Spiders floating, only 59. Yeah, so yeah, another one, security camera. You think that one, oh, that's not a short though. That's just a regular episode. You can see if I make a short from a regular episode that gets hardly any views, we get 600 views. So you can see straight away Google are the masters of breaking or making a website. I mean a YouTube channel. And it just goes on like that a wee bit more. There's crap heads. I can't swear, but anyway, like, yeah, so it looks like my own promotion might be able to get up to 50 views on the shorts. UFO one, 16. What's that one? How much does initially turning on? So that one there was testing out the EMF meter, 750. See, you can see there's a lot of bias, and if you do the regular episode, which is one before it, using that to promote this one, only gets 48 views. Quite a bit strange that people don't look at the widescreen one. And only got 5 likes than usual, 2 downvotes, which is GUFON and one of his fans probably, Diecast or whatever, or maybe 2 of his fans maybe. Who knows? It'd be good if we could actually see who actually downvoted it, so we can block them. That's amazing, the haters in ufology. 99, that one's almost broke even. To 100, what was that one? That was the clown clip. Again, wasn't mentioned about UFOs or anything. And yet the regular episode didn't even get as many again. Shit in a bottle, mate. There's only 30 views. GUFON waste once for Christmas, so that's the full episode. It's got 60 views, almost got as much as the short. No, it got more, doubled than the short did. So yeah, does that really answer your question there, Blue Chicken? I suppose we'll probably be wrapping up now actually. So there you go. I think we've sort of done our dash for today, or I have anyway. I better go and cook something to eat. Gabber's disappeared. Shogun! Hey, 18 Wills just joined us. You're late to the party, man. 6 PM gone here now. Must be a long episode actually. Started a wee bit early too, didn't I? What are we up to? 4.5 hours. So I better wrap up. I think we had a bit of fun today, but it's going to cause a wee bit of haters, of course. That Tyliar interview that we did. I think there's a few things I forgot I was going to say. It's a bit hard sometimes. You know, I think about stuff before doing a show. I think, oh yeah, I'll just add that in, and it never happens because I forget about it. I don't know, it's the Gabber effect. When Gabber's on there, it sort of wipes my memory sometimes. But anyway, yeah. So, yeah, we went over everything I was going to cover today anyway. Like I said, again, I've been quite sick, and it's a bit hard for me to do much apart from just sit in a chair and just relax a bit and just watch the garbage on there and just make notes of it and maybe talk about it in a show. It's basically what I was doing with what was going on with the balloons and stuff. But anyway, yep, 5:10 here. Yeah, you better get to bed. Flares out. Go and check out some of those woke things I talked about. You will enjoy them for sure, I reckon. For American humor, the Shrinking one's pretty damn good, I think. And Harrison Ford, excellent acting, of course. He's definitely aged a lot, so it's a bit scary seeing some of your favourite actors aging so fast. But yeah, he's in lots of things at the moment. There's another show on called 1923. I forgot to mention that one. There's a Western one, but it's not like a normal Western. Harrison Ford's in that as well. He gets a bit beaten up in it, so yeah, go and check it out. It's a carry on from the 1823 one, I think it was called, which was also good, but he wasn't in that one. So yeah, go and check him out. And Plane, excellent movie to hire out and watch with your wife or whatever. The Ark, see what you think of it. I don't think it's a B grade. I think it's a level up from B grade. So yeah, I think they're a bit hard on the ratings here. What other stuff were I watching lately that was quite good? Anyway, I can't remember. I normally check out a few things. Anyway, better wrap it. Ah, Snipes here. When did you join? I didn't see you in the side chat. Snipes Michael there. I think he's fallen asleep again. Need to sit on bed again. There you go. Just found a comment from him. Yeah. I should do some evening shows. Like I said, I got to work on that camera, but the weather's been so crap. We got the edge of that cyclone. It totally wasted Auckland. I'm not sure if you've been following the news. And also there was a big earthquake that happened in Wellington. Not sure if it did any damage there because I got a lot of old buildings there. But I think it was more out to sea and it caused a bit of a shake. But yeah, that night I didn't even feel it, but I was wondering why my table was making a clicking sound, and it was because of the hard drives on the edge here that I got stacked up on the platform of it, and it must have been the earthquake, and they were registering like an earthquake detector, and I thought, oh, did I bump the table? But then I heard about the earthquake after, and it happened about 3 times, so there must have been some big aftershocks. People were worried that maybe I was taken out. But yeah, these houses are designed very well over here in New Zealand. They're designed to take up to 9 on the Richter scale. And basically the outside bricks fall away and the framework is actually on brackets. So the whole framework of the house moves back and forth with the energy. So the roof doesn't come down and crush you and kill you. Because the roof is made from lumber. 2x2s as they call it, and with was it half a meter gap in between, square, so that's a lot of weight to come down on top of you. But some people didn't live in modern houses, they were renting 150-year-old houses, and some had old chimneys going up into the sky. And if you got chimneys made from brick that are not reinforced or designed to withstand an earthquake, they simply just fall through the roof and crush you on your head while you're sleeping in bed. So sometimes staying in bed is not good if you've got a chimney. But yeah, yes, I think I've shown my pictures of my bedroom after the earthquake. Had so much debris on the floor I couldn't even get out the room if I wanted to, and I had broken bits of plastic and stuff. And it was a hot night, like it was in November when the heat summer was here, and getting out of bed in the dark because there's no power. The power is the first thing to go, and I didn't have backup torches on the side lamp. Oh, actually I did, and it was shaking that much it flew the torch that was on the hanger on the lamp on the other side of the bedroom, and I couldn't find it in the dark, and because I was stepping on the plastic bits and it was going into my feet. So I thought, I'll stuff this. And And then I think I found my phone and I used that like a torch. And I managed to move all the debris out the way. Then realised that the door had been blocked because the cabinet, they had all the clothes in. There's like a super heavy cabinet had just bounced across the floor, and all the stuff on it, metal disco lights I had, which I've now thrown away, flew 2 meters through the air and almost hit me in the chest when I was standing next to the bed. So that's the sort of things that was happening. And it was really strange. When I was standing next to the bed, it was like you were standing in the sea, and you can actually feel the ground moving like the sea wave. And you could feel the ripples. Yeah, so I don't know what it did to the concrete underneath. The concrete of the house is reinforced and all that. But we did discover this year when we ripped up the hallway carpet that there's a big crack right outside my bedroom door. So there you go. It's concrete is flexible to some degree. And then they ripped up the carpet in the kitchen to replace it with new stuff too, to see this great big gusting hole that was like 2 inches wide. I don't know why it wasn't sagging the carpet, because they have a lot of underlay sponge stuff, I suppose, was supporting it. So we didn't know it was there. So that had to get filled in with epoxy resin type stuff before they laid the carpet. So anyway, so yeah, like I said, with the camera, working on the camera, I've been sick, been working on those other projects, and also the kitchen router died this week. You know, I keep telling you, equipment in this house keeps dying, and so I had to order a $125 New Zealand replacement for it, and then I've got to configure that when that comes to replace the other one. So I had a makeshift portable router that I connected into, reconfigured it to be the same name and everything as the old one, and I connected it into a UTP hub for the LAN cables. So then anyone on the LAN could then connect to the Wi-Fi in that kitchen and connect to all the other computers in the house, including the internet router that's on that. Anyway, enough technical talk. So yeah, finding time to put the tripod together again and test it outside, because we had big winds and storm from this cyclone that devastated North Island, and it sort of clipped the top of the South Island, and we got the right edge of it, and it just rained so heavy. In fact, it looks like it got rid of the scratch on my lens, that storm. it must have...
Hey, where's Snipes?
Yeah, so as you know, there was actually a little fine line from a sparrow claw that goes up here. Now, that's currently outside at the moment, live. And
look, there's UFOs flying around. Look at them, little miniature UFOs.
I can't see them. You need a big screen to see the little miniature ones. Is it? Because, oh yeah, there is. There you go. Little bees coming into the hive. Dad's moved it though. He's moved it further back and
you're never gonna see a UFO with all the bees flying everywhere.
Yeah, but they go to bed in a minute. Soon they stop flying around once they know that the light's going to fade. Yeah, it looks like these ones are all coming home though. Looks like, you know, there's so many bees in those hives. It's just crazy, but yeah, at least it gives you examples on the screen what it looks like. You've got to remember this is also fisheye, so unless they're in the middle and close to the camera, they're going to get distorted a wee bit too. But yeah, I was talking about the scratch here, and whenever I had the night view here, you'd see the scratch. It almost looks like it's gone away. So it looks like it's sort of the raindrops are that hard, and so many of them. Maybe there was like sort of icy crystals in it. It actually buffered the lens and got rid of this fine scratch on it. So yeah, I have to show you another time. And at the moment, the sun's on the other side of the house, and as you can see, and it's pointing at the bay window, which has got the curtains pulled. You can actually see the curtains reflection in the window. So send that to a third phase and say, oh look, Nibiru or Planet X or whatever it's called. And you can see here, it's even reflecting the lens of the camera, right? There you go. But I got the LEDs.
Why are you filming through a window, Fro? You told me to never film through a window because then it makes the UFO look terrible. Why are you filming through a window, Fro?
Makes it look terrible?
You said never film through a window because you get reflections. You can't see nothing.
Well, that's what I'm showing you. You do get reflections, but at night time, you get less reflections, and you're
still going to get reflections from the moonlight.
You get less reflections, I said.
This is terrible. This is terrible. I can't believe you're filming through a window. You told me never to film through a window.
Yeah, but this wasn't for sky watching. This was just for security. But I thought I'd just add it in as one of my cameras because it's looking to the west, and the planes do fly this way.
Mick West.
No, not Mick West. And we got the other one, which is this is a smartphone through the window, but it doesn't work at night time. And it does a good picture there, but it's not HD. But still, we can see the plane coming from the other camera to here, or planes coming from the south, which is this direction here. So this is west over here, this is south. So we got west, east, and we got the other one, which is looking east and north with the fisheye. But yeah, when I get my proper camera pod out there, we can use those to see what's going around in the skies around the house. Apart from that one there, unfortunately, it doesn't work at night time. You'd think smartphones would have infrared added to them, so you could do that as well. But I suppose it's more cost then, isn't it? But it's just a filter change. I know you can modify the phones to be infrared by changing the filter on it, ripping it off and putting some unprocessed film strip on there. You can find information online, but yeah, I haven't gone into that. But yeah, I was actually just going to wrap up here. 18 Wills just joined on. Alright, Gabber, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Nightwares.
What? He was a lurker. So he's one of the lurkers. Been lurking mostly. And playing a game.
A bit of lurking?
Yeah, like Gabber, he's probably playing a game on the side and watching the live stream. So what did you think?
Two games at the same time, sometimes three.
Were you around when we were doing the voice mod and the interview? No problems.
I interviewed Tyliar Cockier.
No, Tyliar Cockier. The alter ego of Tyliar Cockier. Anyway, yeah, it's been a fun day anyway. My Sunday, your Saturday. So I probably won't be doing one tomorrow. Who knows? Every day is a fight with me, with my sickness every time I wake up. I'm sure it does something to my liver, these pills, and I don't know, it messes up the food processing system, because the liver is meant to release lots of enzymes and things, right? Well, anyway, I'm meant to get another blood test done to check TSH, as it's called. But anyway, I better wrap up. The episode's going to get too long. I'm just going to drop you off now, Gabber Roo.
Alright, see you all later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay, see you, mate. And see if we get some more UFO stuff to talk about. In the meantime, so if you're on Discord and want to help out with material that you want to look at, just post it into UFO General and or UFO Vetting is a better one. We'll have a look at it and consider it. But yeah, I was actually been trying to get Bill Gray to give me the case number of that orb one, so we can re-look at it again and actually watch the video instead of taking snaps of the ancient aliens thing, right? But anyway, we do that next time if I get the information. But somehow I think that one's still locked up and it's never public. This is what I hate about this community, or these people that run it. Anyway, I'll say good night and let Google process it and take you on the roads. Yaddy yaddy yaddy. And kick off the end credits. Hopefully it all works perfecto. Why is it not coming up? Oh, it has. Just didn't show up on Google yet. Better check the volume. That's perfect. That's a New Zealand flag. Thanks for liking and sharing. Well, not much of that happens actually, but if you do, thanks. Comments are nice as well. Everybody gets hundreds of comments and I only get a handful if I'm lucky. The comments are more good because Google sees the interaction there rather than the likes. So more comments the better, really. So I think we got this laptop mostly tamed now. It's all been running sweet, and we've got more things running, including the modern voice mod and stuff. I think it's still running actually. Yep, I didn't close it down. So it's been using a few CPUs. End button. Here we go.